looks that we are in a position where we're ready to proceed. So it is Wednesday, 24th of November 2021. So today we'll continue with the public inquiry into the proposed Sheirdrim renewable energy development in Kintyre. My name is Nick Smith and joining me is Karen Haywood. We are both reporters working for the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, DPEA. We've been appointed by Scottish ministers to prepare a report and recommendations for them about whether the proposed Sheirdrim renewable energy development should be approved or not. Throughout this inquiry, we will refer to this as the proposal or the proposed development or the Sheirdrim proposal. I'll let Karen Haywood now introduce herself so that you can, and to make sure you can all hear her. So Karen Haywood, over to you.
Morning, everyone. As Mr. Smith said, I'm Karen Haywood, Assistant Chief Reporter with DPA. We've both been appointed jointly to conduct this inquiry and to write a report for Scottish ministers, making recommendations as to what should happen with the proposed development. During the course of these proceedings, Mr. Smith will be speaking mostly from our side, but occasionally I will have something to say as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. For today and tomorrow, we will be covering inquiry session 2, which is the assessment of the proposal's effects on the setting of Dun Sciaig. We have with us some parties who've not been present, obviously, over the last few days and some that have, so it's probably helpful to introduce everybody. And I know we probably have, I think, just tested our microphones, but let's make a point of doing that and introducing everybody to everybody. So can I invite first Mr. Innes for the applicant to introduce his team? Thank you.
Yes, good morning, sir. My name is Colin Innes. I'm a partner in the law firm of Shepherd Wedderburn and appear on behalf of the applicants at this inquiry. In terms of this inquiry session, the applicants have a single witness, Mr. Christopher Morley, who is a principal heritage consultant at SLR Consulting. He has a BA Honours degree in archaeology and a Master of Philosophy postgraduate degree in landscape archaeology from the University of Oxford and has 16 years experience of being a heritage professional and as a member of the Chartered Institute for Archaeologists.
Thank you very much. And over to you, Mr. Milne, to introduce your team, please.
Good morning, sir, and thank you again for the time allowed to us to fix our IT difficulties. My name is Douglas Milne. I am a partner at the firm of Morton Fraser. I am acting on behalf of Historic Environment Scotland, and at this cultural heritage session, I will be leading two witnesses, Miss Alison Baisden and Mr. Oliver Lewis. I am accompanied today by a number of representatives of Historic Environment Scotland who will not be playing a role in the proceedings, and by colleagues from my firm.
Okay, thank you very much. I ran through several elements of process at the start of the inquiry, which I don't intend to run through in particular detail again. A reminder, however, that this inquiry is into the application for a proposal by Scottish Power Renewables Limited for the proposed Sheirdrim renewable energy development, as I mentioned earlier, on land covering the Achglass and Gartnagrnach estates in Kintyre under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 and Section 57.2 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997, DPA reference WIN-130-5. And this proposal includes 19 wind turbines, 2 solar arrays, a battery storage facility, and the associated substation and control compound and new and improved access tracks. We intend to break for lunch probably around 1 today. We will try and take regular screen and comfort breaks, natural breaks during the proceedings. That's worked well over the last few days, usually around about each hour, because it can be quite intense for people concentrating on screens and what have you. We intend to finish no later than 4 p.m. each day. I'll take soundings nearer that time to see where people are in case we need to absorb any overrun time on that. I also need to advise that given some issues regarding the availability of Argyll and Buttes Council's landscape witness, I've invited all parties present today and the Council and West Kintyre Community Council, who are also participants, to join us at 2 p.m. tomorrow for a brief discussion about programming for next week and the possible use of any overrun time that has been identified in the programme. That shouldn't interfere with proceedings, and the afternoon session should be able to proceed immediately after that discussion, but that's just to make you aware of that. I'd remind all participants please to mute their mics when they aren't speaking and remember to switch them on when you are. And if you're not participating in the giving of evidence or cross-examination, then please turn off your video. Witnesses will be expected to keep their videos switched on throughout their evidence giving and questioning, except for lunch breaks and other breaks. I'm just looking at my clock here because we are expecting a test of our fire alarm at 10 a.m, which I'm assured lasts for 30 seconds. So that should happen in a moment. So if you see me leap out my skin in about in a couple of moments' time, then you'll know that that's happened. I'll probably put myself on mute at that point, just so you don't have to listen to it as well. Okay. Yeah, if during the proceedings you need to attract my attention, then please raise your hand, and all matters should be raised through me in the first instance. It is acceptable to have other communications devices with you, including to look at documents, but please keep these to silent. Witnesses should not be using communications devices whilst giving evidence or being cross-examined, but may refer to documents electronically or in paper form. Please can I remind all parties to be courteous and respectful to one another. I've mentioned my fire alarm. Is anybody else expecting a test of their fire alarm? No, okay. If any alarms do go off and you need to vacate your buildings, then please do so, and please advise us that you're doing that, so we can pause proceedings. Depending on where we are, we may decide that it's acceptable to continue. If any parties are taken ill during the proceedings, we will pause to make sure the necessary medical attention is sought, and we may need to adjourn and reconvene later. We will also discuss these matters as soon as possible with parties should they arise. I also need to remind parties that if you wish, you may submit the following. We've recently invited submissions on Draft National Planning Framework 4, CD 7.16, no later than Tuesday, 7th of December 2021, and any comments you may have on other parties' further written submissions on that matter, no later than Tuesday, the 21st of December 2021. Closing statements for Historic Environment Scotland should be submitted no later than 22nd of December 2021, and the applicant's deadline for closing statements is Friday 21st of January 2021. All of this is set out in the pre-inquiry meeting note. And I should remind you as well that we're asking for the closing statements to include summaries of case, which is very helpful for us and you in setting out the cases you want to make to Scottish ministers. Are all parties content to proceed? Oh, that's our fire alarm test. I'm just going to put myself on mute for There we go. That has passed now. So thank you for your patience just there. Okay, so the main purpose of today's inquiry session is to make sure that we understand the position of each participant on the effects of the proposal on the setting of Dunskeag Scheduled Monument, and where there is dispute, we need to be clear on the reasons for that dispute, and this is so that this can be clearly set out in our report to Scottish ministers. So as has already been indicated by our introductions, today we will hear from Mr. Innes's witness, Chris Morley first, and then during the proceedings, once the cross-examination re-examination of Chris Morley is completed, then we'll move on to Mr. Milne and his witnesses. So over to you, Mr. Innes.
Yes, good morning. In terms of examination chief, there's really two matters I want to deal with Mr. Morley. The first is very briefly to identify relevant methodological issues in relation to the environmental assessment, and thereafter really to set out some of the visual material that is relevant to the key considerations, which I think are between the parties. I say very short in the EIA, but I may be a short while just setting out that visual material, because unfortunately, and with the benefit of hindsight, it might have been very useful to consolidate it. Unfortunately, it is in a number of different places, and I want to just make sure that we all have the same information and understanding in relation to the material that's before us on those matters. So if I could ask you, Mr. Morley, first of all, to have CD 1.2.12, CD 1.2.12, which is chapter 11 of the original EIA report in relation to cultural heritage. And if we could go first of all to paragraph 22 in the really small print, and that's on page 2 of the chapter.
Yes, okay, I have that reference.
I just understand, I just want to set out the key issue in relation with methodology from 3 paragraphs of, or 3 or 4 paragraphs from the ES, just so that it explains the approach that was adopted.
Absolutely. So as we can see then, this is the section that's headed effects assessed in full. So if we have a little look down that list of bulleted items, we can see that we've assessed direct effects on all heritage assets within an inner study area. And then we've assessed the effects on setting of designated heritage assets and selected non-designated heritage assets within the inner and outer study areas. And then we come to bullet point 3 here, which I think is relevant to this inquiry in particular. And this sets out the fact that we've assessed the effects on the setting of selected designated assets of national importance within the outer study area, where long distance views towards the turbines may form part of the setting which contributes to their cultural significance. And this was up to a maximum of 10 kilometres. So that included Dunskeag.
And then if we perhaps move on in the same document, a couple of pages to the paragraphs 39 to 41. Again, just understanding the approach that was adopted.
Absolutely. So here we've got the assessment of the contribution of setting to heritage significance, which is key to the understanding of impact. And we set out here what setting actually is within that first paragraph, which is paragraph 39. And we set this out as the way the surroundings of a historic asset or place contribute to how it is understood, appreciated and experienced. So that's taken directly from Managing Change, which is the key guidance document produced by HES in relation to assessing setting and impacts upon setting. And I'd just draw attention to the fact to the specific wording here, which is that this is a contribution we're talking about. So setting is the way that the surroundings of an asset contribute to how it is understood, appreciated and experienced. We then go on in the second paragraph there, so paragraph 40, to describe that the setting of the heritage assets are described, and we've considered the relevant aspects, including obvious views or vistas, both towards and from an asset. So the assessment hasn't just taken account of views from the asset, from Dunskeag, which is included within the scope of this assessment. It's also included assessment of views towards Dunskeag. they have been taken into account. And then we come to paragraph 41. So once the setting of the heritage asset has been defined and assessed, the ways that the setting contributes and to what degree are identified. So it's a very processual process that we've set out there, and it's consistent with all of the relevant guidance, including the EIA handbook and all of the other guidance in relation to assessing impact.
If I can now perhaps ask you to turn to paragraph 131, please. And just for context, this is the under a section under Dunski, Duns and Fort, and there's descriptors of background, but I'm just asking about paragraph 131 at the moment, please, because we're trying to focus on issues rather than every issue at this session.
Absolutely. So in paragraph 131, then we can see there's a description here of what the principal focus of the asset setting is. And if I can take you to, let's see, line 3. If I can just zoom in on that. So we've considered here, I mean, there's a statement of the fact that West Loch Tarbert provides the opportunity to survey and control passage along the loch, including a visible presence in any seaward approaches to the loch. And I think that's the key aspect here, because this is what the crux of the discussion has been between ourselves and Hess. It's this idea of seaward approach.
Thank you. If we could now perhaps, I'm going to do one preliminary matter, please. If you could have before you CD 10.6 C, please. And that is a screening ZTV with root receptors.
So I'm at CD 10.6.
Point C.
Do you have a page number at all, Mr.
It's not the page. There's annexes to the document which are the figures. So it's 10.6 C. Right.
Yes, I have that document.
If we look at the document, there are what we're looking at is obviously we're going to be discussing ferry routes, and in terms of the OS maps, there tends to be two marks, Port Ellen and Port Ascaiga, are set out in black, and I believe that is an OS. You'll see that on the OS maps.
Absolutely, yes, I can see that.
And you see above that 2 blue lines. What do you understand those to be?
So the black lines that are on the map itself have marked the sort of hypothetical course of these ferries. The blue lines above are the mapped courses that the ferries actually take, which you'll see are different. They're further to the north, is the most conspicuous aspect of them.
And insofar as we're going to come on and look at various points on maps, on this plan, we have A, B1, B, B2, and C. So we're going to come and look at all those, but those are all referenced on that, and we can see their relationship to various ferry routes.
Absolutely, yes.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Innes. Can I just ask for clarification?
Certainly.
On that point. Can I ask Mr. Morley?
Yes, of course.
The blue
Sorry.
lines, you're saying it was a mapped route the ferries actually take. So you were on the ferry and you were tracing that route. Is that what you did?
I've been on both of these ferries, and the courses of the ferries are both further to the north than they are depicted on the OS map. Yes.
So it's when you were on the ferry, you worked out what route they were taking, and that's what that blue line is.
No, the blue lines have been mapped by, I believe, Miss Anderson in relation to, I think, GPS readings.
Thank you, Mr. Innes.
Yeah, and we'll obviously come on and look at the actual locations of due course, but they run from A right out to C on this map, and obviously in some of the other visualizations they extend out further to into the environment. Now, in terms of material that we have, in terms of the material submitted, viewpoint 7, 1.9.11, I'm not asking you to look it up, but that is effectively the viewpoint at Kennecraig where the ferry comes in, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And again, everyone can go and look at this. I'm not going to ask everyone to look at every point. In terms of viewpoint 7, you will be able to see Dunskeag.
Yes, you will.
In the background, as you look southwards down West Loch Tarbert. And I think it's helpful to try and put things in context relative to the various material before you, because these are matters obviously that are going to be canvassed and discussed. Could you have CD 11.5 available, which is your inquiry report?
Yes, I have that.
And it may be helpful at this stage because there's a number of different sources of material which are showing and illustrating matters relating to Dunskeag. But if we could perhaps first of all try and follow this in sequence with the documentation to make sure we understand exactly what we have available to understand the matters that we have. We have, if we go to photograph 20, which is on page 31 of your report.
Yes, okay.
And if we could just understand, I think we've identified there that that's a view photo 20 looking southwest along West Tarbert towards Dunskeag in the distance. If you just roughly explain where that is.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you imagine you've pulled out from Kennecraig terminal, you're now out into the centre of the loch, and you're starting to straighten up in order to head along the centre of the loch. You are not far from the terminal itself at all, and you can see the slight promontory there to the left, which sticks out just before you pass out into the open water.
Now, we're going to get another document out, but if anybody can and wants to keep the document open, we are going to go to page 35 shortly with viewpoints photos 24 and 25. So we were keeping that open. And just if we could then perhaps remind ourselves, keep photograph 20 in mind, and then we'll perhaps go to CD 1.7.11, which is the essentially the ferry routes analysis. And I think the one that, I mean, I don't want to overlabor this, and I'm not going to go through every photograph, but this is all for setting the scene in the context of the information that's available, is we have on page 13, we have the start of the Kennaicraig to Port Ellen visualizations that set a series of wire lines as we traverse essentially out of West Loch Tarbet. The views within it are, as I say, we've got viewpoint 7, we've got other views, and I think we've heard quite a lot of evidence from the landscape and visual about the extent of visibility within West Loch Tarbet. So I don't want to repeat that, but if we could perhaps just understand that at point A, as one departs, where does does the wind farm, how does the wind farm sit in relation to Dunscaig and the extent of visibility there in A?
So when you arrive at point A, you've come all the way along the loch and you are beneath Dunscaig, as it were. So you are within the presence of what is quite a dominant feature at this point. You are overlooked by it, and in terms of the turbines themselves, they would be concealed off to the east, so they would not form an aspect of the experience of Dunscaig from that position.
And in terms of the general appearance of Dunscaig down West Loch Tarbet, how would you describe that very briefly? It's not an extensive discussion, but if you could briefly describe your experience of seeing Dunscaig as you travelled down West Loch Tarbet.
Absolutely. So as you start off from Kennaicraig, you can, if you know what you're looking for, you can see Dunscaig. It's clear at the end of the loch. As you progress along the loch, it increases in terms of its conspicuousness. It starts to become prominent, and then as you move towards point A, that's where you start to get this sense of dominance of Dunscaig.
And in terms of, as I say, we're going to come back and look at a couple of matters, but in terms of the next viewpoint on this set of visualizations, there at B, and by the time we get to B, turbines are appearing to the essentially the south of Dunscaig. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that point, the ferry appears to be turning out to sea. Is that?
That is correct. Yes.
And then, so we have that relationship with Dunscaig. It's B, and then by the time we get to C and D, we do have turbines over and above the horizon, and that's a consistent image across the much wider views represented by CD, EF, GH.
Yes, that's absolutely correct. Yes, the further you get from the mouth to West Loch Tarbet, the more turbines that you will see to either side and above the monument.
But in terms of just understanding other material, we then also have the specific material that was lodged as additional information, and that's CD 1.9.2. No, I think that's...
So the additional information is 1.9.1.
Yes, I think we got that wrong. Yep, 1.9.1. And again, just looking at, there's two sets of letters. The first has got some visualizations from point B, which again is the blown up version of what we've seen.
Yes, that's
That's the Port Dunscaig, but it's very...
Yep. Yes.
And then we have a point C version blown up as well. And then there's a further document, which again appears to provide further visualizations dated the 24th of July 2020, and that includes further viewpoints which had not been put in to provide further information, and that's B1, B, B2. So effectively it's adding in two further views in relation to Dunscaig, one a B1 that's closer in than effectively the existing B, and one that's slightly further out.
Yes, that's correct.
And in terms of those visualizations, again, the photomontage at B sets out the context with turbines to the south.
Yes, that's correct.
B1 is our sorry, I missed out. B1 is again the a wire line which shows two tips to the south. You see that?
Yes, we've got that one.
Yeah. And then we get a photomontage at B, which shows the full array of turbines to the south. And then we obviously get a photomontage B2, which essentially has turbines either side of Dunscaig. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes. So you can see the turbines to the right of shot, as it were, to the right of Dunscaig there, and then you can see the certain blades to the left of Dunscaig within the shot.
And finally, a viewpoint from the ferry at point C.
Yes.
Now, we said we were going to go back and just go back to your inquiry report and just have a look at those two visualizations, 24 and 25, which are effectively
Yeah, so I've got 24 and 25 here.
and in terms of looking at 24 and 25, could I just understand, I mean, you'd explain the relationship of the entry to Dunscaig, sorry, the entrance of West Loch Tarbert and its relationship to Dunscaig by reference to these images, if you could, please.
Absolutely, yes.
So also perhaps indicate roughly where you understand photo 25 to be taken from.
So photo 25 then is on the approach to the mouth to West Loch Tarbert. We've turned the corner so you can see from, let's have a look. So if we go to the additional information wire lines, which were CD 01.9.1, and if we have a look at B, at photo B, so we've proceeded further towards the lock from photo point B. So we're further in towards the mouth to West Loch Tarbert here. We're basically between B1 and A. So from this position then, what we're seeing is the actual mouth to West Loch Tarbert. This is what Dunscaig was strategically positioned to monitor, to administer, as it were. It was the passage of ships, traffic and trade in and out of West Loch Tarbert. So from this position, you can see very clearly within photograph 24, the strategic arrangement or configuration of this area of landform. So what we have off the coast here is we have Ely and Traer. So this is effectively a small island which extends out from Knapdale, and in combination with the skerries and the shallows in that area and other rocks, it effectively narrows this mouth to West Loch Tarbert, and it forces traffic to take a particular route at this point, and that route is towards Dunscaig. So this point in the journey, the hypothetical journey that we're taking here on the ferry, at this point, we're starting to understand the association between the two. We're starting to understand what it is that was within the minds of the people that originally founded the fort on top of Dunscaig Hill. So they've recognised this strategic location, this narrowing, which is forcing ships towards Dunskeag, this particular administrative point. It's then going to force them to turn broadside and continue on into the lock. And obviously the same situation in reverse. This is going to give the people on top of Dunskeag, the people who are monitoring this traffic and trade, absolutely the upper hand. This is where they want to be. They're in the position of authority from here. So this association first becomes clear at this point, roughly between positions B1 and position A. This is where you start to understand that Dunskeag stands adjacent to, juxtaposed to West Loch Tarbert, and you can start to see the skerries and the other aspects of the strategic topography that form part of its core setting.
And insofar as the word dominant has been used in a number of statements, I just want to understand that if we use the word dominant in relation to Dunskeag and its relation to passage, roughly where in your mind that Dunskeag would be dominant, and I think it is helpful to understand by reference to the visual material of how that dominance occurs. Is it just visual? What are the factors that would make up that experience of being?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, dominance is a very specific concept. Dominance is not just about visual. It's very different from the concept of prominence, in effect. Dominance, inherent to a sense of dominance, is a sort of a sense of the palpable you feel when you're being dominated. So I would say that with reference to Dunskeag, the point at which you start to pass into the loch, so more or less where we are on photograph 25, and as we move in towards Dunskeag and through until we're out just to the northwest of Dunskeag and the promontory that comes out to the west of it, I would say that is the area within which you would feel that exertion of dominance from Dunskeag.
And insofar as we can see from photo 6 of your report on page 18, again, that's a view northwest out from the later Dun. And do we see that relationship with the landforms that you've identified in photo 24, but from the fort position?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, again, this was one of the primary purposes of the establishment of this settlement, as it were, on top of Dunskeag. So it was meant to monitor and administer the passage of ships in and out of this particular pinch point, in inverted commas, and that effectively gave it a particular sense of authority, and that sense of authority and that understanding of the strategic topography that contributes to it is perfectly evident within photograph 6.
And in terms of understanding and appreciating the setting of Dunskeag, how important do you attribute those particular aspects?
They're absolutely critical. I mean, this is, this goes to the heart of what Dunskeag is, what's important about it, why it was positioned where it was. They're absolutely critical factors in our understanding of this monument. The fact that Dunskeag is where it is has been influenced by these factors. It's not just the fact that it's this high point, it's also the fact that there is this surrounding topography which works very closely with that high point in order to exert control. I think that's the key here. There's an exertion of control that we're seeing here through the strategic use of topography. And so the contribution, the association spatially, visually and historically between Dunskeag Hill and Eilidh and Trea and the Skerries and West Loch Tarbert are absolutely critical, absolutely fundamental to the significance and our understanding of Dunskeag.
I was just checking with Mr. Milne whether he's still with us, because there was a blue ring appeared over him at one stage there. So just checking with Mr. Milne, you're still.
Mr. Milne, I couldn't hear you.
Mr. Milne, I couldn't hear you. No, I am still here. Thank you very much. Sorry, I don't know the reason for the blue circle.
No, that's okay.
That's fine. I just saw a blue ring and just didn't want to proceed if Mr. Milne wasn't able to hear, because usually that's the starting point of a disappearance. But
yes, thank you very much for checking. Thank you.
Very well. Continue, please.
Yeah, thank you. In terms of where and how far that key relationship extends, could you perhaps understand your understanding from your field evaluation of where you think that critical element of that aspect of setting extends?
Absolutely. I think it's that aspect of setting, in order to be intelligible, it's a comparatively narrow area within which you can actually experience and understand that association. I would say, if I needed to put a figure on it, then potentially when you're as close as 2 to 1.5 kilometres from Dunskeag, I would say within that sort of radius, you are probably able to understand that association. And also, it's within that sort of radius as well where you are fully exposed to the palpable sense of dominance of Dunskeag as an administrative authority over that area.
And again, insofar as you're identifying that area, that's and again, I'll perhaps lead, and if I get objected to, it's pretty obvious. But in terms of that area that you have described, that's the area where, in terms of visibility of the Sheirdrim proposals, is at its lowest. Is that?
Absolutely, yes. I mean, there's a very interesting sort of relationship here in terms of proximity to Dunskeag and the visibility, or the ability to experience these turbines in the same viewshed. So as the dominance, the sense of dominance and the sense of intelligibility of Dunskeag within its surroundings increases, the level of visibility of the turbines decreases, such that at certain points when you're in the shadow of Dunskeag, they're not perceivable. As you move away from it, with the vantage of distance, more and more of the turbines start to become visible, and they start to form part of the backdrop to the monument. However, as you move further away, that is also the mode via which there's a decrease in your sense of understanding of the monument within its surroundings. So the intelligibility decreases, as it were, with distance.
And to what extent, with distance, does the intelligibility of actually West Loch Tarbert as an entity exist?
Well, once you've left West Loch Tarbert, there is quite a narrow distance, relatively speaking, within which you can sense its presence, within which you are aware that it forms a part of that aspect of the coastline. It's, as I say, when you get out beyond sort of 2-3 kilometres ish, you are, there's no real sense of it along the landscape anymore, and particularly on the ferry routes that we've been discussing, because the ferries turn towards the north slightly, and that has the effect of bringing Eiley and Treya and parts of the south of Knapdale almost across, almost like a lid across that mouth of West Loch Tarbert. So the intelligibility of the loch itself as an entity diminishes as you move further away, and clearly the other dimension to that is that therefore the association that you can perceive of with Dunskeag diminishes also with distance.
And I suppose just in terms of that latter point, we can make sure that we've all got all the references. But to what extent, in your opinion, does Dunskeag as a landscape entity remain prominent?
Well, as you move out to sea, as you move out, for example, towards the various longer distance viewpoints that have been subject to this inquiry so far. So viewpoint C, for example, within the additional material. As you move out to that sort of distance away, I mean, there's no sense of dominance of Dunskeag by that stage. Within the context that, you know, dominance, there's an exertion of a feeling, there's an experiential dimension to it as well, there's a palpability. That's when you get out to sort of beyond 4 kilometers and beyond, really, in my opinion, from my site visits, that sense of dominance is no longer. Arguably, there is a sense of prominence up to that point, and I think you can see as Dunskeag breaks the skyline, I would agree that it's prominent. I would say that was probably up to a distance of about 4 or 5 kilometers. When you get out to sort of 8 kilometers plus, the effect really of that distance is that Dunskeag sits below the horizon, so it no longer breaks that horizon. It also starts to flatten out. The entire landscape along that section of the coast of Knapdale just sort of flattens out and forms a kind of a more even impression. And by that stage, its sense of prominence is very much diminished, and I would say isn't there. The only reason that I could pick Dunskeag out from that sort of distance, 8 kilometers-ish plus, really is because of the differential vegetation. I would say that it's not a prominent feature from those sorts of distances.
So we've been taking you through those images. I mean, we do have more distant images in a number of different sources. We've got CD 1752, which was a further wireline that was produced, I think, was a criticism that perhaps we hadn't covered the southern ferry route adequately. So that was another wireline added.
Yeah, that's right.
Further to the south between roughly viewpoint 13 and the mapped lower ferry route from the OS map, as opposed to the actual ferry route.
That's correct, yes. So there was an additional wireline produced to inform the inquiry, and yes, this was taken from more or less parallel to viewpoint C that was taken from the Portiskeag ferry, but it was modelled based on the Port Ellen ferry route, so it's further to the south.
And in terms of, I think there has been a suggestion that perhaps if you go further south, that Dunskeag might be more prominent because its shape might be being able to discern at a slightly more extended distance.
That's correct.
Yeah, that's possibly the place where that might be illustrated is the viewpoint from Gia in the additional information, which is 1.9. And if you went to viewpoint 13, just get the reference. 1.9.17 A to C. And if we perhaps look at figures 73A, 7.33A, which is the sort of base landscape.
Yes, I've got that. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, by the time you're out to this sort of distance from West Lochtarbet and from Dunskeag, the sense of West Lochtarbet is not there. What you're looking at there is almost a flat horizon. There's a sense of undulation to it, but to me, from that sort of distance, that appears comparatively flat coastline landscape. Dunskeag, I know where it is. I know to pick it out, and I can do that by looking for the differential vegetation within that area. But from that distance, in my opinion, that's not what I would refer to as being a prominent feature by the time we're that far away.
Just to be clear, obviously that's a wide-angled photograph for primary context. We can also go into figure 733D, which is 1917C.
Sorry, the speed of processing on this computer at the moment is slightly less than I'd like. 7.33D, yes, I've got it.
Yeah. And that obviously includes the incorporation of the turbines being the photomontage.
Yeah. So, I mean, again, from this stage, from this sort of distance, my opinion is that Dunskeag doesn't form one of the most prominent aspects within that view. I think it's, arguably Knapdale is drawing my eye, and indeed the high ground to the distance. Equally, it sits below the horizon at that point. The only reason that I can pick it out again is because of the differential vegetation. The one thing I would say about the turbines as well is that obviously this is a model which is intended, or it's designed to enhance and make appreciable those features. Certainly my experience out on the ferries would be that your views are very, very much dependent on the conditions, the light conditions and the climatic conditions. And I suspect that to see the turbines that clearly would be a comparative rarity. And there's also a sense in which at that point, you're involved with a much more kinetic experience than perhaps a viewpoint such as this is going to express.
I've just got a couple of other minor matters to raise with you in chief. In terms of, were you involved in the environmental impact assessment?
No, I wasn't, no.
So you've come to this after the event, as it were, with the knowledge of the HES position, and you've undertaken your own fieldwork. Does the inquiry report CD 11.5 represent the outturn of your own field investigations and consideration?
Yes, it does, absolutely.
And in terms of all the photographs that have been taken, who took them?
I did.
So in terms of all the locations that are depicted and shown in this, you've been responsible and have provided the information.
Absolutely, yes. I've been out there on a number of occasions now. I've taken more photographs than I can remember. So yes, absolutely, it's my work.
Thank you. So that concludes the examination, Chief.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Milne, over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you, Mr. Ennis. Good morning, Mr. Morley. Just to make sure I can hear on your microphone. I'm not sure if
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. I'm a bit distracted because there's an echo with everything that I'm saying. Can I just check that colleagues here all have their microphones muted, just in case that's causing the problem? That's better. So, Mr. Morley, just a couple of introductory questions following up on what you were discussing there with Mr. Innes. I understand from your response to Mr. Innes that you were not involved in the preparation of the environmental impact assessment report. Can I check that you had no involvement at all, even in terms of overseeing the preparation of the EIAR?
That's correct, yes. I was not involved with the EIAR at all.
And in terms of the additional information which Mr. Innes has taken you to, were you involved in that at all, either in terms of preparation or review or oversight?
No, I was not, no.
Right, so you have come at this later stage, as you fairly explained to Mr. Innes, in terms of the preparation of your inquiry report. Before I come on to ask some more questions of detail, can I check, in terms of the environmental impact assessment report and the additional information, do you adopt those as your evidence, or do you depart from the EIAR and additional information to any extent?
I would say my position is aligned with that of the EIAR. So I accept the findings of the EIAR in terms of the level of impact and the findings in terms of whether that would be a significant effect or not.
And in terms of the methodology that was employed in order to come to that conclusion regarding significance?
Yes.
Now, what I'm going to do is, what I'm going to principally at a stage refer to your recognition and to your inquiry report. So if you could have both of those documents to hand, that would be very helpful. And I'd like to start by taking you to 2.1.3 of your recognition, and really just ask this question so as that I understand what your evidence is to this inquiry, by asking if you agree that certain inward, long distance, northeasterly views from the sea, form part of the setting of the monument and make a contribution to its cultural significance.
Apologies. So which paragraph are you referring to in the recognition?
2.1.3, and I'm just checking it. It's really starting from the beginning. HES's evidence further suggests that those long distance inward views from offshore make a key contribution to the cultural significance of the scheduled monument. While I would agree that certain aspects of those views do contribute, I consider that the extent of the contribution it derives from inward views from distances of circa 8 kilometres and beyond offshore is lower than is suggested. So I'm really just wanting to check that we have a point of agreement that certain, because I'm not wanting to read into your evidence what's not there, but I'm wanting to check that we are agreed that certain inward long distance northeasterly seaward views from the sea form part of the setting of the monument and make a contribution to its cultural significance.
Yes, I would say that some of them do, yes. Just to qualify that, I would say that when we get out to a distance of around 8 kilometres, I would say that that's where that contribution diminishes very rapidly. It's for between, or sort of shorter distances, the distance up to 8 kilometres-ish, that I would say would make a contribution.
Right. So if we take 8 kilometres, and again, don't let me put words in your mouth, we take 8 kilometres as, for the purposes of this conversation, a cut-off point. So up until 8 kilometres, we're agreed that aspects of these views can make a key contribution to the cultural significance of the monument at Dunskeag. Now,
I would say certain of the views. I mean, again, bearing in mind that when we're talking about the various visualizations that have been made available to this inquiry, these are very specific points within a vast seascape. I would say that there are certain points from offshore looking northeast towards the monument from certain distances that would contribute to its cultural significance, yes.
And I think that is a point I would ask you a question on, and it's really, again, if I put it by way of, would you agree that would you agree, sort of restricted in the evidence that we have before us today, in that we are just looking at specific points. There are a large number of photographs which have been presented as evidence to the inquiry, but the evidence that we have is from fixed points. I should stop there. We're agreed that these are fixed points. But in terms of how the monument is viewed more broadly, a journey through the sound of Gia, for example, is a kinetic and ever-changing experience.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, taking you to paragraph 5.1.11 of your report. And if you could let me know when you've got to the documents that I've referred you to, when you got, because I don't have the advantage of the old-fashioned way of watching you flick through paper and seeing when you've come to a rest.
I will let you know. So
5.1.1.11, it's page 43.
Yes, okay. Yes, I've arrived at that paragraph.
Sure. And really, this is to check again that I want to ensure that I have a proper understanding of what the key contributions made by these inward views from the sea up to 8 kilometres actually are. And I wonder if your the paragraph to which I've just taken you helps there. You refer to in the second sentence, the turbines would not obscure, interrupt, or otherwise diminish the clear spatial and visual association between Dunskeag and the adjacent coastal waters, and that key maritime association would be preserved. Does this help us understand what the key contributions actually are?
I think I'd say two things. The first thing is to just go back to this issue of long distance. I think we haven't defined anywhere what long distance means. So I'm not saying that, you know, up to 7.5 kilometres, for example, these suddenly start to matter. The point I'm making is that there will be within that area offshore from Dunskeag certain views which might be considered long distance that would contribute to its cultural significance. Views within which, if you could appreciate the monument's association with the coastline and the sea, you would have that understanding, and that would therefore be a contributor to its cultural significance.
Right. So if I got that, it's you're talking about the relationship that the monument has with the sea in these views.
This is all about intelligibility. So this, you know, if we go right back to what setting is, again, as I discussed during the IC, it's that contribution. So it contributes to our ability to understand and appreciate a cultural asset, in this case, Dunskeag. So if there are views within or offshore from Dunskeag within which you can appreciate that association, then my evidence would be that they would contribute to the cultural significance of that monument.
So it's that association I'm trying to unpick, and no doubt the fault will be with me in not articulating the the question clearly enough, but an association makes a contribution towards the cultural significance. What is that association?
So the association, if the association between the scheduled monument and the coastline of the sea is intelligible, then that would make some level of contribution.
You describe this. I appreciate 5.1.1.11 is under your criticism of HES's view on the impact of the proposed development, but I think this is a worthwhile sentence because we're talking about you're talking about the clear spatial and visual association between Dunskeag and the adjacent coastal waters. So and the key maritime association. So really, you're explaining that it's where there is where this view can be captured. The contribution towards cultural significance stems from that connection between the monument and the sea.
Yeah, absolutely. I think also just with reference again to that first sentence there in 5.1.1.11, I'm talking about in this sentence, I'm referring to Dunskeag, to the topography, and not to the scheduled monument. I think that's an important point to make. I think when we talk about setting, we need to be on the same page that it's entirely relational as a concept. So without the scheduled monument, there is no setting. We could take away the setting hypothetically and have a floating hill fort. We would still have the asset. But what we can't do is take away the asset and still have a setting. So there is an inextricable link between the two. What I'm referring to here is the fact from these distances, from certain longer distances, there is still a level of intelligibility of Dunskeag, the topography, the hill, with the coast and with the water, the sea, as it were. It's not from those sorts of distances. My opinion would be that you are not the Dunskeag scheduled monument. So the thin section atop the hill, as it were, is not intelligible within those views.
We'll return to that later because I think that's an important point. Can I take you to Mr. Oliver's report, page 16, and I'll take you to his paragraph 90 in the first instance, because I don't understand you to have responded to this point in your precognition or in examination in chief. Please let me know when you've managed to get to page 16 of Mr. Oliver's report, paragraph 90.
Yes, I'm at paragraphs 16 to 19.
So it's obviously relevant to what we've just been discussing. Mr. Lewis is heading his relationship with the sea as a key characteristic. Now, Mr. Lewis says at 90, for Dunskeag, a key characteristic of the overall setting of the monument is its relationship to the sea, which I think is what you've just been saying. Mr. Lewis says the relationship is not one.
Apologies. Can I just clarify that we're looking at Mr. Lewis's report?
Yes. Yes. Page 16, paragraph 90.
Yes, there we go. Apologies. I'd heard paragraph 19 before.
No, sorry. Sometimes this is cutting off as well, which can make following exactly what's being said. So please, if anything is missed, ask me to repeat. I'll do likewise. So paragraph 90, Mr. Lewis says, for Dunskeag, a key characteristic of the overall setting of the monument is its relationship to the sea. Is that a point of agreement?
Yes.
This relationship is not one-directional. It comprises both outward views from the monument looking towards West Loch Tarbert, the Sound of Gia, and the sound of Julian, and it comprises inward views from these water bodies looking towards the monument. Now, is that a point of agreement? Let's qualify that for the purposes of this question, up to 8 kilometres from the shore.
Well, from points within that radius, that hypothetical radius within which the association is intelligible, then yes.
Now, paragraph 92, Mr. Lewis is expanding upon this relationship. So again, sorry, this is a bit longer, but I want to know what points of agreement we have. So Mr. Lewis explains the setting of the monument includes inward views towards it from the sea, where it appears as a highly visible and dominant coastal feature. Do you agree with that?
Apologies, Mr. Milne. Is this paragraph 91?
92, sorry. And I really just 92.
It includes inward views towards it from sea, where it appears as a highly visible and dominant coastal feature. Well, again, it depends exactly where you're looking at the monument from.
Where you are.
It's quite a sweeping statement to say that you could see it and accept it as being highly visible and dominant from anywhere offshore. I think that sentence isn't qualified quite enough for me to agree with. There are locations, as I discussed in evidence in chief, from which the monument would appear prominent, and others from where it would appear dominant. But to say that it is a prominent or dominant feature from everywhere offshore and from every angle and every viewpoint is not something I would agree with.
Well, to be fair to Mr. Lewis, he doesn't say every single point. His sentence here is that the monument appears as highly visible and a dominant dominant coastal feature. I don't think he goes as far to say it's from every single point of the kinetic experience that we were discussing a second ago. He goes on to say the monument was intended to be viewed from a maritime context. I think we're agreed on that.
Yes, the monument was the monument was intended to be viewed from West Loch Tarbert and from areas offshore as well.
I'll skip the next sentence and then move on to, and hopefully you can follow me if I try and speed up going through this. Due to its hilltop location, the monument's dominance is readily perceived and it stands out from the adjacent coastline.
Yes, I can see that sentence.
Do you agree?
I agree that from certain positions, so I mean, as I explained before, within a radius of sort of a kilometre to 2, I would accept that there is a sense of dominance associated with the experience of Dunskeag. But what I wouldn't accept is that when you get out further than that hypothetical radius, that that you still feel that sense of dominance.
Right. We'll go to the I'll go to the last sentence. It therefore remains possible to interpret, understand, appreciate and experience the monument as a clear statement of dominion and control by its inhabitants over the surrounding waters and lands, and as a way marker for the entrance to West Loch Tarbert. Now, bearing in mind, at the moment, what I am seeking to do is to understand the common ground that we have regarding the contribution that these views make towards cultural significance, and therefore ensure that I understand what this maritime association is. And apologies if I've not been clear enough. The purpose of this question is to find out if you agree, pose it as that, do you agree that it is an aspect of the monument's setting and therefore a contribution to its cultural significance, the monument is a clear statement of dominion and control by its inhabitants over the surrounding waters and lands. Stop at that as a question. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I would say that it is a clear statement of dominion and control.
And do you agree that the monument acts as a way marker for the entrance to West Loch Tarbert?
Once you are within sufficient proximity to West Loch Tarbert to be able to appreciate the loch and to be able to experience the loch itself, then yes, I believe what it acts as is a guide basically to bring you around Eilean Traer and the Skerries there. So specifically in relation to the mouth to West Loch Tarbert, then yes, I think it does. And in fact, the other dimension to this is that is part of the strategy of the site. It's positioned so as to do that. You know, once you arrive at the mouth to West Loch Tarbert, you are directed towards the monument.
Okay, so if I understand you correctly, I have arrived in the Iron Age at the mouth of the loch, and Dunskeag is directing me into West Loch Tarbert. My question,
head towards Dunskeag.
If I am out at sea, 8 kilometres from the coast, do you agree that do you agree with Mr. Lewis that Dunskeag operates as a way marker? I'll expand upon what he says to guide the person at sea to the entrance to West Loch Tarbert.
I disagree that from that distance, Dunskeag would act as a way marker, as it were, or a beacon. I don't consider that it is prominent enough at that stage to have directed or to have been used as a way marker or a target, as it were. I think during this period, it's much more likely that the ships would have been approaching along the coast and that they would have used various nuanced aspects of the coastline to guide them towards West Loch Tarbert.
If I was approaching at this point in time, by which I'm referring back to the time of occupation of the monument from what is now the Isle of Gia, is it not likely that I would be using Dunskeag as a way marker to guide me towards the otherwise apparently closed off mouth to West Loch Tarbert?
I would say that at that time, somebody that was travelling from Gear to West Loch Tarbert would probably not need a beacon. They would probably have that level of familiarity with the landscape as I said before, in a nuanced way that we're not aware of in this day and age. I mean, Knapdale, for example, appeared to me on my site visits to be quite a conspicuous aspect of the topography when looked at from that kind of distance. So personally, I would probably have headed towards Knapdale and then turned once I got in closer and I could perceive of Dunskeag as a prominent feature.
Now, what's the basis for you saying that? We're sitting here 2,000 years into the future, and I'd put it to you, you can't really make assumptions. We need to go on the evidence that is available to us. Now, Mr. Lewis has set out at some length in his report, paragraph 68, etc., telling us about the function of the Hill of Dunskeag and therefore the contribution that views towards the hill will make towards its cultural significance. Now, Mr. Lewis has referred to a number of authors who have written about Dunskeag. In fact, I'll take you to 34 of Mr. Lewis's report, if you could go there, please, where he refers to
my apologies for the interruption, Mr. Milne. I'm just wondering if this is a useful point at which we just take a 5-minute break whilst just let everybody stretch their legs and just have a quick screen break. So if we can be back, please. It
Sure.
says 11:11 on my computer, so if we can come back at 11:16, please, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, everybody, and welcome back. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, can.
Yep, lovely, great stuff. Okay, thank you. Mr. Milne, just before we took a break there, I think you were directing us to another section of Mr. Lewis's report. Perhaps you can just repeat that reference for us so that we can get to the right place.
Yes, thank you, sir. It's paragraph 34 on page 6. And this saves me going to 36, whose publication has been lodged as a production, and hopefully it's sufficient just to take what's in Mr. Lewis's report.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and then on you go, and you're on time.
Right, thank you. Mr. Morley, this paragraph 34, which hopefully you have in front of you from Mr. Lewis's report, Nick starts by explaining choice of locations, etc., in relation to duns and forts in Argyll. I really just would like to go to the last part of that paragraph, which hopefully you can locate 1, 2, 3, 5 lines up. Nick goes on to state that an example might be the site of Dunskeag in northern Kintyre, which dominates a large area of the peninsula and also the seaward approaches to the area. That's really, I want to ask if you take issue with Nick's explanation of the of Dunskeag in that context.
Well, I would say that, again, within the context of what dominance actually is, once you are within the shadow of Dunskeag, within these seaward views that she refers to, because they don't put a distance on it, once you are within that area, that radius of dominance, then yes, I think it does exert that level of effect. I think if you to say, let's see, where's the statement, the choice of high locations, position within the surrounding landscape. Yeah, so to say that it dominates a large area of the peninsula, I think again is quite a general thing to say. It's a generic statement. I mean, my experience from my own site visits was that it dominated certain areas of the peninsula and certain of the seaward approaches, largely those that were more proximate to the mouth of West Loch Tarbert. And I believe that various of the other historical sources that Mr. Lewis refers to that make a reference to Dunskeag, and it's being used as a waymarker in inverted commas. They all refer to the mouth to West Loch Tarbert. That's the context. Once you're at the mouth to West Loch Tarbert, that's where it becomes a beacon. That's where it becomes dominant.
I can take you to paragraph 39 of Mr. Lewis's report, where he continues to make reference to Neek. And this time it's in the context of the kingdom of Dalriada. Now, can you help me by ensuring that I understand how the kingdom of Dalriada sits in terms of timescales for the construction, occupation, and use of the scheduled monument at Dunskeag?
Yes, so we're in the mid-first millennium AD, in effect. So at that point, the bit of the context that's necessary to understand is that within Ireland at that time, there were huge numbers of kingdoms that were, there was no sense of cohesion basically in terms of authority there. There were large numbers of kings, and the Dalriada came and established a kingdom within the southwestern islands off the western coast of Scotland, the heart of which was actually within Kintyre, and Arran as well formed part of that important kingdom at that time, but it obviously extended further to the north as well. I think the first person who came across was Fergus Moore. He was one of the kings in the northern part of Ireland, came across and established a settlement and a kingdom within this area. So yeah, we're talking around about 500 AD ish.
And if we take that as just a point in time where we hear from Nick and from Mr. Lewis, Ulster had been unified as a single kingdom with Argyll. I'm reading from the middle of that paragraph 39. Mr. Lewis thinks it's fair to, well, he says the technology is unlikely to have changed dramatically, and there's sufficient evidence that these two areas were highly connected throughout most of prehistory. I really just want to put it to you that it is not reasonable to suggest that in terms of seeking out the entrance to West Loch Tarbert, that all travellers would have hugged the coast in terms of working their way towards the mouth of the loch, and that for those who were travelling from Gia, Isla, Jura, Ulster, then they would have been looking for a waymarker to guide themselves into the strategically important West Loch Tarbert. Do you agree with that?
I think that you make a good point, and I take on board what you say. However, I would also say that we don't actually have any evidence for the use of Dunskeag as a waymarker either. You know, these are hypothetical situations. These are theories in effect. I believe that once you were within a certain range of Dunskeag, then yes, it would have become the obvious point to sail towards in order to avoid foundering on the rocks at Eilean Traer, etc., off the coast of Knapdale. I think in terms of ancient maritime capabilities, I think the configuration of that whole area, so your sense of where Jura is, your sense of where Isla is as you come to approach Gear, all of these things would have been common. They would have been familiar knowledges to the people that were sailing at that time, and I think they all would have made a contribution to your understanding of where you were within the kingdom and where you were headed. I don't think that we can necessarily say that it was all down to Dunskeag and this kind of, draw towards this one particular point along the Kintyre coastline.
Well, Mr. Morley, what I am attempting to do is to look at all aspects of setting, which is what we are required to do by managing change, which I assume you agree with. And what Historic Environment Scotland's criticism of the applicant's case is it is restrictive in its approach. What I'm seeking to do, not necessarily to disagree with the contribution that aspects of setting which you have identified make to the cultural significance of the monument, but to look at all of the aspects. And I assume you agree that that's what we are required to do. You may disagree with what I'm putting to you, but I am seeking to identify. Paragraph 66 of Mr. Lewis's report, he takes us to nautical pilots. And while you're looking that out, I'll read what Mr. Lewis said. Sailors sought alternatives to rounding the dangerous Mull of Kintyre in adverse weather conditions. The passage up West Loch Tarbert with either a portage across the isthmus to East Loch Tarbert or transfer to another vessel waiting on the other side is well attested historically. Dunskeag acted as a navigable marker to the mouth of West Loch Tarbert, helping vessels to navigate through its mouth into the relative safety of the waters within. This is borne out by it being a named landward feature on both modern and historic charts and is often mentioned in nautical pilots. And Mr. Lewis refers to a number of examples there. Now we can go to them if that would be helpful, but my question for you is if you accept what Mr. Lewis says here about the function demonstrated in the nautical pilots of Dunskeag as being named as a landward feature or a waymarker.
So I think there's 2 points. So I think there's 2 points that I'd make. So the first one is if we look at the language used here, we've got, if we look at the start of line 4 of that paragraph, for example, we have Dunskeag acted as a navigable marker at the mouth to West Loch Tarbert. So we're not talking to or on the approach to, we're talking about at the mouth to West Loch Tarbert. So when you arrive there, it helps vessels to navigate through the mouth and into the relative safety of the waters within. I absolutely agree with that. I think that's in fact a fundamental aspect of what Dunskeag is.
If I may interrupt you there, sorry, that's quite rude, but that's not really credible to suggest that Mr. Lewis is saying that this is a navigable marker at the mouth to West Loch Tarbert in the context that you're suggesting. Is that not where Dunskeag is physically located? It's a navigable marker at the mouth to West Loch Tarbert. It's a geographical fact.
Yes, my point would be that that's where it becomes a relevant feature of the topography, because it needs to guide you around the rocks which you would otherwise crash into. That's where it becomes an important feature, not as a beacon, as it were, from miles offshore, but when you're actually approaching the mouth to West Loch Tarbert, when you're at the mouth, as it says here in this paragraph, that's where it comes into its own. That's where it makes a difference for sailors, because you head towards it. If you don't, you crash into Ely and Treya. You know, this is what Dunskeag is doing, and in doing that, it's directing you. It has authority over you as a ship and as a person, and that is the whole fundamental core of Dunskeag's dominance over this area of West Loch Tarbert.
Thank you. Can I take you to the additional information, please? CD 9.1. CD 1.9.1, the additional information. And what I'm actually looking to is the purple map, which is on page 15 of the PDF. Now, there are other maps which I find easier to use because there isn't a note sitting on top of the Isle of Gia, but I think we can see where Gia is, so we can work out the geography. Point C, how far is that from the monument?
So that's 8 kilometres from the monument.
And point B2?
So B2 is 3.7 kilometres from Dunskeag.
And point B?
Point B is 2.4 kilometres from Dunskeag.
And B1?
Is 1.5 kilometres.
Right, and where are you taking that information from? Just to assist the reporters with their note-taking.
Sure. We, Miss Anderson at our end produced a table which I believe was circulated, although I'm not entirely sure, which essentially tabulated the distance from Dunskeag and from the turbines so that they could be seen side by side.
And while we're talking about distances, Mr. Innes had taken you to the wireframe from the Port Ellen ferry, the more recent wireframe lodged CD 17.52. How far is that from the monument?
That's 7.8 kilometres from Dunskeag.
So roughly in line with C on this purple map that we're looking at.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Now, Mr. Innes took you to the EIA report and asked you a few questions about methodology. Can I just be clear in terms of Mr. Innes took you to paragraph 131? Is it your position that the EIAR did assess inward views from out at sea? These long distance northeasterly, these inward long distance northeasterly views from the sea, which we were talking about earlier today.
Yes, views inward long distance views, as well as views from the top of Dunskeag and other views within 10 kilometres were considered as part of the EIAR. Yes.
Now, just for my own reference, where does it say that?
So if we go to CD 1.2.12, section 11.3.3. And then if we look at bullet point 3 within the list, paragraph 22.
Yeah, sorry, I have that reference, and that's my fault for not being clearer and asking. I see that's the methodology that you say is employed, but is there can we then go on and see the actual application of that methodology and the output of that consideration in the EIAR? There's a where the outcome of bullet point 3 manifests itself.
So within the EIAR, as part of the process, the inward views have been taken into consideration. In terms of the final discussion of Dunskeag, I don't believe there's any specific reference to their application. So I guess this brings into focus the difference between the assessment and the report. So in effect, they have been taken into account. And when it's come to the reporting, the person who's produced the report has made reference to the factors that he considered to be most relevant to the determination of impact in relation to Dunskeag.
Are you making an assumption because you were not involved, or
I would have to make that assumption because I was not. I would have to make that assumption because I was not involved. However, I think it's a reasonable assumption to make. It's clearly from the methodology that the 3 different references that I went through with Mr. Innes, it was clearly a consideration. And when we come to the discussion of Dunskeag and the potential impacts, there is a fairly detailed discussion about those issues which the assessors believed were relevant to considerations of impact.
can I take you to the additional information, CD01 .9.1? Now, there's the letter in here comprising part of the additional information, 23rd April 2020, where the applicant is responding to Historic Environment Scotland's objection. Now, I assume you've read this in detail. You've confirmed you don't depart from it. Anywhere in this letter of 23rd April 2020, is it acknowledged? Is there an assessment of the impact of the inward long range views from out at sea?
The letter is in itself a response to discussions with Hess on this issue and the comments that Hess had provided within their consultation advice. So the entire letter relates to inward views from offshore, and it provides additional wireframes to demonstrate the changes to those views.
In this letter, on the second page SLR response, the second paragraph under SLR response, there's a discussion about the photo montage and wireframes which have been produced. I'll read the section I'm interested in. One of the disadvantages of wireline drawing compared to that of photo montage is that wind turbines can appear more prominent than they might appear in a photo montage, or as when built in changing light conditions and changing weather conditions, the turbines would in reality blend into the skyline more recessively than suggested by the wireline models. And when viewed in combination with the varied colours of the landform, the degree to which they would detract from experiencing and appreciating Dunskeag would be far less prominent than suggested by HES based on the worst case scenario model provided by the wirelines. Just to check, is that a position that you would normally put forward at inquiry to give evidence that wireline drawing should not be attached, afforded as much weight as might otherwise be thought?
I think we always have to be careful when we're discussing wirelines. As I said previously, wirelines are intended to make obvious where turbines would sit within a landscape. They also strip out an awful lot of the detail, which forms part of not just the visual experience, but the experiential aspects of a particular view as well. I'm talking vegetation, I'm talking conditions, light and climatic. So I think we really do have to be careful when we are making assessments of visibility, level of visibility and impact based purely on wirelines.
You say in the next paragraph, so I'm really at the bottom of this page now, that the suggestion made by HES that the turbines would compete for dominance with Dunskeag fails to address the key issue of the heritage significance of the fort located on a prominent coastal hill, which is to oversee the maritime access to and from Loch Tarbert. Now, I read this as a focus on the views from the top of Dunskeag. Would I be correct? That's what you're saying is the key issue of the heritage significance of the fort.
Can you please direct me to this specific reference?
Yes, it's really the final line of this page that we're looking at, the letter of 23rd April. The last two lines. And the author of this letter is saying the key issue of the heritage significance of the fort located on a prominent coastal hill is to oversee the maritime access to and from Loch Tarbert. And I'm checking whether you agree that that is indeed the key issue of the heritage significance of the fort.
Apologies, Mr. Milne, but the final paragraph on the 23rd of April letter doesn't read that way to me. I don't know if I'm on the wrong document at all.
There's a 24th July letter. Are you perhaps looking at that one?
I believe we might be looking at, I think we were originally on page 6, and my understanding is that we're at the final paragraph on electronic page 6 of document CD 1.9.1, which I understand to contain that letter. So I think the paragraph Mr. Milne is referring to, and perhaps you'd be kind enough to confirm that, Mr. Milne, is part way through the letter rather than at the end of that letter. but is the final paragraph on the particular page that we're looking at, is that correct?
It might not help that I'm looking at a paper copy, so I'm at the bottom of a page. That's always possible, but yes, it's page 6 of the additional information.
Are you at that place,
So,
Mr. Morley?
but yeah,
I am.
Okay.
Mr.
I
Milne,
can remember what I
apologies
asked.
if you could repeat the question then, please.
no, I'll see if I can remember. I was checking whether you agreed with the author of this letter that the key issue of the heritage significance of the fort located on a prominent coastal hill is to oversee the maritime access to and from Loch Tarbert.
I would say that is key. Yes.
Is
This
it
is what
the
it was meant to
key
do.
issue or a key issue?
I would say it is probably the key issue. It was meant to administer maritime trade into and out of West Loch Tarbert. Yes, in my opinion.
Now, where that's your opinion on what do you base that?
On the basis of my own assessment of the setting. It's based, apologies, there's a little bit of feedback at this end if I seem like I'm repeating something, but it's based upon my own assessment of the setting of Dunskeag and the contribution that the various aspects of that setting make to its cultural significance. And the aspect that I afford probably the most weight to in terms of its contribution is its juxtaposition with the mouth to West Loch Tarbert and the associated topography, which enabled it to effectively administer and control the passage of trade and other ships into and out of the loch. I would consider that to be fundamental to the significance of this monument.
Now, going back to what you were saying earlier, what about views towards Dunskeag from the mouth of the loch? Toward Almoth, are they not a key issue?
Yes, I believe that views.
Not a key issue.
I believe that views towards Dunskeag from the mouth of the loch are a key contributor to its cultural significance. Yes.
Yes, and you're right to remind me that when we're talking about key issue, we are talking about what contributes to cultural significance. In other words, to ability to understand, appreciate, and experience the monument. So we have views from the mouth of the loch as being a key contributing factor. What about our discussion earlier, based on your recognition 2.1.3, where we agreed that certain aspects of my long distance inward views make a key contribution to the cultural significance of the scheduled monument. Are we still agreed on that?
We're still agreed that certain of the views from offshore, yes, towards Dunskeag make a contribution, yes.
And views from the Skerries and Eilean Try, a key contributing factor to the cultural significance of the monument?
I would say more than from those aspects. It would be at third points, so points that included both Dunskeag and those aspects, looking towards both, and also views from Dunskeag itself towards those aspects, because their intelligibility is largely appreciated within those views from a distance, and not when you're stood out on Eilean Tray, which I have done.
And if you're attaching different weight to different aspects of setting, would you still have the relationship that you're discussing here? Would that be still the key issue above the relationship between the monument and the Dunskeag Hill.
Apologies, Mr. Milne. Can you just clarify which aspect you're talking about? Is it the spatial and visual association between Alien Traer and the Skerries and Dunskeag?
Your key issue, the key issue you've explained, is the heritage significance of the fort located on a prominent coastal hill to oversee the maritime access to and from Loch Harbour. So these outward views from the hill. And I'm just going through all of the other key contributing aspects of the asset setting, which you set out in your report at 4.5, and asking if you put them in any particular order, now that we appear to be talking about a list with priorities. So yes, I'm asking you 4.5 of your inquiry report. What order would you now put the aspects of setting in terms of their priority?
I would say that West Loch Tarbert, the association with West Loch Tarbert is key. I would say that's absolutely at the top, and that includes the associated topography. We move down to the next one. I would say that yes, there's a contribution from Clackenburn Valley, which also makes it forms part of the topographic setting of the monument. So it is a key aspect and a key and defining aspect of the topography itself, the hill. The other duns and forts, yes, I would consider those to contribute as well. And the views towards the more distant surrounding islands and sounds. But if the point you're driving at is which is preeminent amongst those, I would say the association with West Loch Tarbert, absolutely.
And it's about time we turned to managing change, which we can bring that up in front of us if that would help. But where in managing change are you finding support for this approach of putting things in order and attaching different weights? The 2016 guidance is CD 17.53.
So part 2 of managing change sets out a list of factors which may be considered to contribute to setting. So these cover a range of different features. So we've got landscape and townscape context, we've got views, we've got vistas, things like aesthetic quality and prominence. We have a whole list as part of this guidance document as to the sorts of issues that should really be considered if we're trying to define an asset's setting. So there is nowhere where it says we need to place these within any kind of hierarchy. That's a matter for professional opinion. It makes sense for me to do so. I don't see why anybody wouldn't identify what is key and what isn't quite so important in terms of a contribution of setting. It makes absolute sense to me as part of the understanding that we need to have and establish for the setting and why it is considered to be an important aspect of the surroundings of an asset.
So if we identify key characteristics, can I put it to you that the correct approach, having identified the key characteristics of the setting, which you've sought to do in 4.5 of your report, you call them key contributing aspects, the correct approach is actually to consider whether the impact of the development in question reduce the ability to understand, appreciate, or experience the monument. So really what you are doing is looking at the impact of change on the key characteristic that you have identified, and then carrying out an assessment of the implications of that change, whether that goes to the integrity of the setting.
So can I just clarify, please, Mr. Milne, where is it that you're saying that I've skipped to impact, as it were?
And I'm just asking that question because you're putting things in order and I'm trying to work out why and what the implications of putting things in order is.
So this comes back to the very question of setting. We need to understand what an asset setting is in order to determine whether there's going to be any impact upon it. So different things will contribute to the setting, and they will make different levels of contribution. That seems to me a fairly obvious thing. Not every aspect of a setting is going to contribute. In fact, certain aspects might detract. And in this instance, what I've done is I've worked through in quite some detail, actually, within my inquiry report, exactly what I believe does make a contribution to the significance, the cultural significance of Dunskeag. I make wide-ranging reference to topography, to visuals, to all sorts of other aspects. I mean, the majority of the report is spent defining the setting and talking about those aspects that contribute. That's what I've set out within my report. That's my evidence on it. And after that, I go on to consider whether I believe the addition of turbines and their perceivability from a specific viewpoint offshore would result in any impact. So if what you're suggesting is that I've missed a stage out, I wouldn't accept that. I think I've been very clear in identifying what the setting is, what matters about it, and then moving on to consider impact.
With 4.5 contribution of setting to cultural significance, do you, and that's of your report, 4.5, page 27, do you refer to the point that I understand we've reached agreement on, that of the long distance inward views from offshore, some of those views, to be fair, make a key contribution to the cultural significance of the scheduled monument?
There's a section where I discuss inward views. Well, I discuss views as a totality.
Where's that? Where's that?
Direct you just one second. So if we go to 4.4 of my inquiry report.
Can we stick with 4.5 contribution to setting of cultural significance? Because I want to ensure that what we're looking at is contribution to cultural significance and not just views.
Absolutely, no. I mean, I couldn't agree more with that. This is not about views alone. This is something that is about much more than just views. So I would agree with you on that. So, as I say, I describe within 4.4 the views, the various views that there are, and then see when we come to 4.5, the contribution of setting to cultural significance. So I describe what it is about the surroundings of the asset that contribute, with reference to Dunskeag Hill, obviously the topography, and then and West Loch Tarbert and the various other aspects that all make a contribution.
And sorry, my question was where in 4.5 you consider as a contributing aspect to the asset setting certain aspects of the long distance inward views from offshore.
Like reference in photograph 25, for example, to when we start to approach the loch. I mentioned throughout the association with the surrounding coastline and with West Loch Tarbert, as well as the surrounding islands and sounds. I don't frame it, I don't couch it in terms of specific views, because I don't believe that to be helpful. We have discussion later on in the document about specific views, but the key for this section 4.5 was identifying what it is that contributes, not the mode of that contribution.
But Mr. Morley, in terms of the section on page 37 surrounding islands and sounds, you do make specific reference to long distance views from the monument, so outward views across the Gia, Isla, Jura and Arran. So I put it to you that it's quite a stark omission from this section 4.5 of your report, that there is simply no reference, there is no express reference to what we have agreed are key contributing aspects of the monument setting, and that is certain views, long distance inward views from offshore.
I don't think at any stage I've agreed that views from offshore, from beyond the sort of radius of dominance of Dunskeag would be key. I've agreed that they would contribute something. And what I've discussed here,
a key contribution. 2.1.3 of your recognition, which we started by looking at. You set me right when I was talking about long distance inward views from offshore in general, and explained to me that your position was that certain aspects of those views, but nonetheless, I took your evidence to be that certain long distance views. I'm reading your precognition.
So
I would agree that certain aspects. 2.1.3, I would agree that certain aspects of those views do contribute.
That I agree, and that is what I do say, and that's the important language there. I agree that some of them do contribute, but what I don't say is that they make a key contribution, in the same sense that views of West Loch Tarbert and views that incorporate the surrounding strategic topography do. I say that I accept that some of them do contribute. That's different.
And there's no assessment of the impact on those views. I think now may be a good time to have a break, if that suits you, sir.
Yes, you preempted what I was about to announce. I was just waiting for a natural pause, so thank you for that. Yes, I was just on 12, so let's come back at 12:05, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back. Let's just check that we've got everybody. I think we're just waiting on Mr. Morley's camera coming back on. There we go.
Morley will be. Hello.
Hello.
Mr. Morley is going to be back in a second, I hope. But in the interim, Ms. Hayward asked about a question about ferry routes, and I don't think we gave the best answer because they've been prepared by the landscape architect. But fortunately for us, the origins of the material is actually on the legend of the plan of KA3. So it is actually from the CalMac ferry routes digitalised from the calmac.co.uk from September 2021. I didn't want to leave that open at this stage in case that it was a matter that wanted to be examined, but I didn't want to leave it potentially as we'd given evidence that wasn't right. It's on the plan.
Thank you.
The witness is back in post, and I'll get him transferred straight across.
Thank you. Okay. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yes. Good stuff.
I can.
Okay. Mr. Milne, back over to you then. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Hello again, Mr. Morley. Can I take you to another part of your report? Sorry for bouncing around there, but it's paragraph 5.1.1.8, which is on page 43 of your report.
Yes, okay, I'm there.
Now, thank you. Really the final sentence of 5.1.1.8, and of course this relates to what we were just discussing about key characteristics or key contributing factors, key contributing aspects even. The final sentence of this paragraph says, by the time an observer experiences any reasonable approximation of viewpoint C, which we know is the one 8 kilometers from the shore as we're getting towards Gia, viewpoint C, the presence of multiple wind turbines already forms a key characteristic of the setting of Dunskeag Hill. So it's really just to confirm that is your position, that from viewpoint C, the presence of turbines form a key characteristic of the setting.
Yes, I think they do at that point, yes, but I just draw the distinction between a key characteristic and something that makes a contribution. That's by the use of key characteristic there, I'm not suggesting that these turbines actually contribute to the setting, they just form an aspect of the setting.
I'd like to move on to something, another part of your report, and this is the role of archaeology when assessing cultural significance and in turn considering the issue of national importance. Now, page 15 of your report, section 4.2.1. Just so as I understand your evidence correctly, is it your position that given that, and this is a matter of agreement, there will be no direct physical impact by the development on the monument, is it your position that there will be no impact on national importance?
There is the monument would not be directly physically affected by this development. Absolutely.
Mhm.
So the key characteristics for which it was designated as a scheduled monument would not be affected.
And we'll come back to that point, but taking what you've just said, does that mean that because there will be no direct impact on this scheduled monument within the red line, there'll be no impact on the national importance?
There would be, in my opinion, there would be no impact on the national importance. That's not to say that there wouldn't be any impact at all, but I don't believe that if the archaeological interest of this monument is preserved, that changes within its setting would affect its national significance.
So this is why you say at 4.2.1.6, the final sentence, it is this archaeological interest that is being recognised as nationally important and warranting statutory protection above all else, and which it is desirable for us to pass on to future generations. So that's your position is there'll be no there'll be an impact on setting, but there'll be no impact on national importance, because that's the reason for which the monument was scheduled. Now,
Yes, the monument is scheduled on the basis of its archaeological interest. So it's the physical remains that it is composed of.
and this is why you set out at 4.2 of your report, archaeological interest, architectural interest, historic interest, social interest. Right. Now, are we also agreed that designating a site or place as a scheduled monument recognises its cultural significance at a national level? Its cultural significance.
Yes.
Now, I think it would be helpful here if we got the designation policy and selection guidance in front of us, which is CD 17.7. Right. Is it your position that the cultural significance of this monument is derived from the interests which you have set out at 4.2 of your report?
I think its cultural significance derives from the interests, the inherent interests that I've set out, and also derives something from its setting.
Right. So setting does contribute to the cultural
Cultural.
significance of the monument. Does setting thereby contribute to the monument's national importance?
I think that when we talk about national importance, we are talking in a very specific type of language. We're talking in the language of designation. There's a difference between designation and national significance as a criterion for designation and cultural significance itself. I think there's a distinction there.
Right, so that would mean that setting is not amongst the characteristics that make a monument nationally important.
In the case of Dunskeag, it was scheduled on the basis of its archaeological interest. So its national interest or its national importance that's recognised by the designation was based upon its archaeological interest, its physical composition, as it were, its ability to inform our understanding through excavation.
So we'll come back to that. My question is a more general one, of is setting therefore not amongst the characteristics that can make a monument nationally important?
Can do. Yes, it can do. In the case of Dunskeag, that was not one of the reasons for which it was originally designated. I believe,
So,
my review, I believe that setting does contribute, certain aspects of its setting do contribute to its cultural significance, but I see that as a distinct issue from whether it's considered to have national importance within the context of a scheduling decision.
so this is going back to Dunskeag. Is your position then that in general, setting, let's go for can be, which is more neutral. Setting can be amongst the characteristics that make a monument nationally important?
Yes, it can.
Yes, and I think it's helpful just to take you to, now it's page 10 of the PDF of the designation policy. Now I will ask if you take issue with any of this, but I assume you wouldn't, but that's for you to answer. So on page 10 of the PDF, which is page 10 of the actual policy, selection guidance for determining national importance for scheduled monuments. And again, I'm not talking about Dunskeag yet. 16, when assessing a monument for scheduling, we consider whether its cultural significance is of national importance. We examine its cultural significance under the following headings: intrinsic characteristics. So is that really the thrust of your 4.2, archaeological interests? Sorry, I'm talking about Dunskeag again. Intrinsic characteristics of the physical fabric.
So just for context, Mr. Milne, as well. I mean, this guidance was introduced. This guidance was introduced a long time after Dunskeag was actually scheduled. So this is based on a modern conception of what can contribute to significance. Dunskeag, as originally designated, was designated on the basis of Arcam's investigations into its archaeological interest.
And the next bullet point, contextual characteristics. And then we have the third, associative characteristics. Are these matters of setting? Doesn't it, the language is being changed here from managing change, but are these aspects of setting?
Yes, they could be, yes. So contextual, for example, talks about surroundings, which may, of course, be a setting aspect which contributes to its cultural significance.
And then 17, we're still on page 10, 17F. 17 starts by saying the national importance of a monument is demonstrated in one or more of the following ways. And F reads, it makes a significant contribution to the landscape and or our understanding of the historic landscape. This may include the relationship of the monument to other monuments or natural features in the landscape, and or the significance of its setting in understanding the monument or the monument type. So you agree with, we are reading here that the national importance of a monument can be demonstrated with reference to its setting. Now,
yes, setting can be a contributor to that. Again, I would just re-emphasize the fact that this is a comparatively recent way of assessing whether a monument is suitable for scheduling. This is not the process that was applied during the scheduling of Dunskeag during that decision.
And the date of this guidance, 2019, we see from PDF page 2. Now on my list, which I circulated earlier, this is a document I didn't include, but if we could find the borough charter. Now, unfortunately, my documents list has now gone completely blank, so I'll need to reload that again if somebody can remind me of the reference for the borough charter. That would be very helpful while I do that.
I believe it's CD 17.20.
Thank you very much. In just 1 minute, I will. Can you help me by explaining what the Borough Charter is?
Yeah, it's basically produced by ICOMOS, which is the International Commission on Monuments Significance, and it's basically been signed up to by various European and international nations as a standard.
Now, I can take us to Mr. Lewis's evidence, if that would be helpful. But what Mr. Lewis has said is that the Dunskeag has not been assessed against this current policy, but continues to be of schedulable quality and retains its nationally important cultural significance. Now, I assume that is not disputed.
That's not disputed, no.
Thank you. Sorry, Mayor, one. Right. Sorry, thank you, Mr. Morley. The explanatory notes on page 2 of the Borough Charter we read the third paragraph, cultural significance. We read change over time and with use. Is that something that you accept? Something that
Yes, it's something I'd accept, yes.
and an understanding of cultural significance may change as a result of new information.
It may do, yes.
Isn't it the case that when Dunskeag was scheduled at some point in the 1960s, the concept of setting is not something which was anywhere near as evolved and as understood as it is now?
That's absolutely true. Just to qualify that, there is no reason why it wouldn't have been considered as a factor, though, in the same sense that if we were considering an area of designated landscape, for example, the concept of a setting and an area of landscape making a contribution and being of historical significance would not have been lost on the people that undertook the scheduling.
But fundamentally, what we're agreeing now is that looking at Dunskeag, its setting, I appreciate we're not reaching complete agreement on all aspects of setting, but I think we are agreed that the setting of Dunskeag does make a contribution towards its cultural significance.
Yes, I agree.
And we are agreed that the designation policy 2019 does require Historic Environment Scotland, when determining whether to schedule a monument, to take into account the contribution that the setting does make to the cultural significance of that asset?
Yes.
I'd have to put it to you, it really is hardly surprising that in the 1960s, setting is not something which was given the sort of scrutiny that it is now when we're on the second or third iteration of setting guidance, and we engage in discussions such as this in considerable detail about aspects of setting and impact.
Yes, it was not as it was not a consideration to the extent that it is today. That's absolutely true.
So just to check in light of that, your position, does it remain that Dunskeag's cultural significance derives primarily from its archaeological interest?
Yes, I believe that Dunskeag's significance does derive primarily from its archaeological interest. So the point that I was making within my report in relation to the scheduling and the terms of the designation and policy guidance was that that was recognised from the outset. The archaeological interest of this monument has never been in any doubt, and it remains at the heart of why it was scheduled and why it's been considered as such a key aspect within the landscape ever since.
But I understand us to have agreed that the setting of this monument makes a contribution to its cultural significance, and indeed the setting guidance, I assume again you don't take any issue with this, but the current setting guidance does tell us that the setting of a monument can be integral to its cultural significance.
It can be, yes, it can be. I don't believe it's integral at Dunskeag. I think it's a key contributing aspect, or certain aspects of setting are. But yeah, I think that my opinion remains that overall, the key contributing aspect to the significance, the cultural significance of Dunskeag is its archaeological interest and the potential for it to inform our understanding of the kinds of societies that were resident and that were managing that landscape during the Iron Age and also into the early historic period.
I have to put it to you for your response, whether you disagree or agree, that the answers you're giving demonstrate a fundamental misunderstanding of what contributes towards the national importance of a scheduled monument.
I disagree. I mean, I think I've been perfectly clear within my report that I believe inherent interests make a contribution, and that also there are certain aspects of setting which also make a contribution to cultural significance. I have to go back to the fact that I see that as a different situation from identifying a monument as nationally significant for purposes of deciding whether to schedule it or not.
How does the Ancient Monuments Act of 1979, in particular the parts of the 1979 Act which deal with scheduled monuments, relate to, or what is the interplay with, the planning system in terms of affording protection to scheduled monuments and their setting? How do the two work together?
So the national, effectively the 1979 Act, it affords physical protection to a monument. So if somebody was to propose any kind of groundworks, for example, within the boundaries of Dunskeag, they would need to apply to for a scheduled monument consent, in essence, which would then allow them to undertake the works within a specific set of parameters. It's a way of protecting the monument from physical impact.
Right. So that's the 1979 Act. How does that, what's the interplay between that legislative protection and the protection afforded by policy in the planning system. I'm using planning shorthand. Of course, this is the Electricity Act.
So the Electricity Act makes reference to protecting of archaeological remains.
Now, my question was in terms of the protection of a scheduled monument and its setting. How does the legislation interplay with the planning system? Now, and maybe rephrase that, because I appreciate may not be being hugely clear in the question, but we've discussed the 1979 Act and the protection it affords to everything within the red line, the fabric of the monument. But Scottish Planning Policy 145, which we'll come on to later, affords protection to the monument and the integrity of its setting. So we've discussed protection of a monument in the context of the 1979 Act. We'll skip over protection of the monument in the context of the planning system. What I want to know is if the 1979 Act relates to the physical red line, how is the complete protection of scheduled monuments and its setting afforded by the 1979 Act being taken along with the planning system?
So if I understand your question, the primary test here is going to be paragraph 145 of SPP, which refers to integrity and not adversely affecting the integrity of the setting of a scheduled monument. That is the planning test in relation to setting.
So we agreed that we have the 1979 Act, which protects the physical fabric, and we have Scottish Planning Policy 145, which provides us with protection of the monument and the integrity of its setting. So is it fair to say these are complementary systems to ensure appropriate protection of scheduled monuments and their setting in the national interest?
Yes.
Is a distinction drawn in Scottish planning policy, again, let me know if it's helpful to go to this, regarding the weight to be attached between the impacts on site, red line, and setting?
Can we go to the specific paragraph?
Yes, I think it's so paragraph 145 of Scottish planning policy. .15. Sorry, my core document list keeps crashing. 7.15 CD1, CD 7.15. So yes, but if you can remind us all of my question, it's along the lines of, does policy 145 draw a distinction between adverse effects on the scheduled monument and adverse effects on the integrity of its setting?
It uses the
In
word.
terms of the weight.
It uses the word or, it doesn't draw a distinction.
And I think we're agreed that setting can often be integral to an asset's cultural significance. And I mean, that's recorded as key issue number 1 in the setting guidance. So hopefully we don't need to go there. Right, moving on to the next section of my questioning. Now, another thing I wish to be clear on is the extent to which, in terms of your assessment of the key contributing factors to the asset setting, whether you rely upon basically being able to see the remains of the scheduled monument. And obviously I'm talking about views here from the viewpoints which you've identified.
I think that being able to see the remains is key. There needs to be some sense of intelligibility of the remains themselves for you to understand, or for your understanding of their cultural significance to be affected to any extent.
Now, I've put it to you that that's simply wrong. But I'd ask you, in terms of managing change, the current 2016 updated 2020 guidance CD 17.3, I think it is common ground. Managing change is referred to in Scottish planning policy as guidance which is to be followed. Where in managing change do you draw the ability to factor into your assessment of key contributing aspects of an asset setting, in this context, the need to be able to see what remains of the monument?
So you need to have a sense of the monument to be able to understand it within its setting. So if we go to, for example, paragraph 1 of managing change, and we look at the actual definition of setting, so the way the surroundings of a historic asset or place contribute to how it is understood, appreciated, and experienced. So if we're trying to understand setting, we need to understand its contribution. And for us to consider or conceive of any impact, there would need to be an intelligible link between the asset and its setting. We can't, setting is relation. It's not a thing in and of itself. It relates to the asset to which it sets. So my opinion would be that you would need to be able to perceive of the asset in order for you to understand it within its setting.
Does the monument share a critical association with the prominent hilltop, which is the Dunskeag Hill, which is fundamental to its site and configuration, strategic function and symbolism of the prehistoric hill fort and subsequent duns?
I think the hill itself is a key aspect of the monument setting. Absolutely.
And I'm not going to specific locations, but we're agreed that it's a key contributing factor to the cultural significance of the monument, that it shares this critical association with a prominent hilltop. And I'm sort of confused at the notion that to be able to understand, appreciate, and experience the monument in these circumstances, you actually need to be able to see what remains of it. Is that really your position?
My position is that if there's no sense in which you can perceive of the monument, then the setting is not intelligible to you. If the monument is not there, without the monument, there is no setting. It needs to set something. So if for example,
there is a monument.
There is a monument, but we're talking about understanding here. We're talking about the ability, the contribution of setting to our ability to understand, experience, and appreciate. So it can't contribute, would be my position, if the asset itself, which it's meant to be providing context for, is imperceivable.
So I'm on the Isle of Ferry, heading towards Port Ellen. I'm not at 8 kilometres yet, and I'm looking back to the Kintyre Peninsula, and I see the prominent hill of Dunskeag. But say I can't see the scheduled monument, but I know it's there. I am no specialist, but I have an interest in the historic environment, no doubt bred of the work that I do. So I know it's there, but I can't see it. Does the setting, there's no setting by that point? I am not able to gain any understanding, appreciation, or experience of the monument in these circumstances simply because I can no longer see it. That's really your position.
No, the position is that there needs to be a link, in effect. So if we're, for example, out at sort of viewpoint C area, I'd say you're looking back towards Dunskeag, and what you are seeing, what you are perceiving of in that vista is a hill. If you can pick it out, if you can identify it, what you are seeing is a hill. You are not seeing the scheduled monument. So in terms of the contribution of that view from that distance to the cultural significance of the monument and to your ability to understand and appreciate it, I would say that it doesn't contribute.
I think we'll have to have a fairly fundamental disagreement on that, and I take some support for my position by looking at well, 2 documents really. Page 6 of the setting guidance we're on, it makes sense to look at that first. Page 6 of PDF and the actual document. Number 2, what factors contribute to setting? We see the setting of a historic asset incorporates a range of factors, not all of which will apply to every case. These include bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4, the prominence of the historic asset or place in views throughout the surrounding area, bearing in mind that sites need not be visually prominent to have a setting. Does that change your position on this?
Not in essence, no, because there's a difference between perceivable and visually prominent. This is talking about prominence now. So the prominence of the historic asset or place in views throughout the surrounding area, bearing in mind that it doesn't need to be prominent. It still has a setting. That's different from whether it's intelligible in any format or in any mode, via any mode of experience. That's talking about prominence.
I have to say that this, we have a visually prominent hill, which is shares, I'm using your wording, shares a critical association. The scheduled monument shares a critical association with this prominent hilltop. And we disagree, no doubt, on the extent to which the hilltop remains prominent after we head out to sea beyond 8 kilometres. But in these circumstances, surely it remains that the association that Dunskeag generally, as a term, has with the sea, its maritime association, that intelligibility remains, and my understanding, appreciation, and experience of the monument is enhanced. I appreciate that was a speech and not a question. So, in terms of the historic environment policy for Scotland, which I take you to, it's CD 17.6, and we can find that. Now, this relates to the discussion we've just been having, but also to 5.2.10 of your report. So I'm sorry, we're going to be juggling documents again. So 5.2.10 of your report, if you don't mind me reading this quickly, given the intervening distance, the scheduled monument itself would be visually imperceptible within these views, even in optimum conditions without magnification. With magnification, e.g. the use of binoculars, the only aspect of the scheduled monument that would be intelligible would be the remains of the later dun. Otherwise, the modern trig point would be the only other observable feature besides the natural topography. Notwithstanding this, the strategic choice of location for the hill fort and duns surmounting Dunskeag would remain intelligible to the specialist aware of their presence, regardless of the turbines to the rear. To the non-specialist, the scheduled monument surmounting Dunskeag would continue to be unintelligible as a cultural heritage asset from this range, but would continue to present as a distinctive topographic feature overlooking the Sound of Gia. So we appear to be in this position of intelligibility depending on whether, not just on whether you can see the monument, but on whether you're a specialist or a non-specialist. Is there any support for this differentiation in managing change? Because on the one hand, we have intelligibility, but only if you're a specialist. But you've not to worry about impact because the specialist will be able to disregard the turbines. On the other hand, if you are a non-specialist, you don't benefit from intelligibility because you don't have the knowledge, and therefore, yeah, you don't quite say this, but I paraphrase, the turbines, they wouldn't have any impact. That they don't matter. Is this really your position? 5.2.10.
Can I ask which paragraph you're referring to here?
5.2.10 of your report. That's what I read quickly.
Yeah. Okay. So this is where I'm discussing impact, in effect, isn't it?
Yes, but it's relevant to what we were discussing because of your reference to intelligibility. I think the issues I'm blending them.
Yeah. So again, I go back to the fact that there is a distinction between the monument itself and the hill. From these sorts of distances, and this is what I'm referring to in this paragraph, you can perceive of Dunskeag Hill. You're not seeing the scheduled monument, or at least I couldn't on my site visit. So what I'm looking at here is an aspect of topography, parts of the Kintyre coastline. If I know what I'm looking for and if I can perceive of it. So there's not a sufficient level of intelligibility there of the monument within its setting for me to consider that that is an important view or that it in any way contributes to the significance of this asset.
So your specialist knowledge doesn't make a difference. Knowledge that the remains are there.
I'm looking at this in terms of what would somebody see if they were out on the sea, you know, at this sort of distance, not with specialist knowledge. If they were looking towards this part of the Kintyre coastline, what is it that they would see, and would they be able to understand Dunskeag and its surroundings? That's what I'm referring to in this specific paragraph in relation to impact.
And unless they could see the monument.
See the monument, as I said before, the setting is directly relational. So without the context, without a focus to it, then you're not going to be able to understand it. You're not going to be able to understand the setting. There needs to be something that is being set.
I think what must sit between us then, and is this correct, is that my position that I'm putting to you is there is a monument there, and the setting derives from that. I think we agreed. The monument sits on top of a prominent hilltop, which has a critical association, therefore, with the monument. Again, your words, and the Dunskeag as a general term, for as long as it remains prominent. We disagree on the extent to which, no doubt, but for as long as it remains prominent, the setting contributes to your ability to understand, appreciate, and experience the monument, and therefore contributes to its cultural significance. Is that where we disagree?
Yes.
That is helpful to know. Up to what point do you say that sorry to labour this, but up to what point do you say that the viewer can see the scheduled monument from out to sea? I'm looking for a distance.
I would say that Dunskeag is probably a prominent monument up to around sort of 4 kilometres offshore, out into the off coast.
Does the monument shape Dunskeag Hill? And when you're talking about seeing the monument, what are you talking about? Are you talking about the very impressive circle of stones, which sits, in fact, to the north of the hilltop? Or is that what you're talking about? I'll leave it at that. Are you talking about seeing the impressive stones?
That is the key visual aspect of this monument, yes, is the later dun, which sits to the north. And it does form quite a conspicuous aspect of the top of the monument when you are within a certain range.
So if that's the key aspect, what are the other aspects?
So when you're closer in, when you're within relative proximity to the monument, you can see the top of the asset. You can see the way that the hill curves around, which more or less conforms to the line of the original outer wall on the Univille hill fort. And you can also see various other bits of infrastructure on top of Dunskeag, some of which I have to say is later. You can see, for example, a trig point fairly prominently within the centre of the monument, and various other things. But I'd say the key visual factor would be the later dun, but there's also some sense of the monument, the original monument, the hill fort as well.
Did the various phases of construction, which you explain in detail in your report, alter the profile of the hilltop?
Well, I happen to think they must have got the stone from somewhere in essence, and I think they may well have quarried it out of the top of the hill. They may have done. There's no evidence for whether they did or not, but it's possible that some of the topography to the south, where it forms kind of a step or a notch, may relate to that. But there is no evidence for whether it does or not.
Do you agree with Mr. Lewis that the terracing and structures of the two later duns in particular are both distinctive and skylined in most views of the monument, including seaward approaches and from West Loch Tarbert? So I'm not so much talking about the construction of the later dun that you're talking about, but the changes to the profile of the hill. Are they distinctive? The terraces and structures, are they distinctive?
So to me, the earlier dun, so the dun that would have sat at the southern part of the monument, wasn't particularly perceivable from offshore. I couldn't pick it out unless I was fairly close in. The only aspect, again, that really stands out would be the later dun.
We'll try again in maybe being lost in the number of terms I'm using, but the terracing, which you find at the top of Dunskeag, did that has that altered the profile of the hilltop?
It will have altered the profile of the hilltop, yes.
And have you taken into account whether the person viewing from the Isle of Ferry will be capable of seeing that sort of feature from perhaps 8 kilometres, or between 4 and 8 kilometres? Distance doesn't really matter, but have you considered that as what would be viewed as opposed to the impressive later done?
Yes, I've considered whether any aspects of the scheduled monument itself would be visible.
And your position is that none of them would from about 4 kilometres out?
My position would be that when you are at 4 kilometres, that's where it becomes the topography of the top of the hill, so the scheduled monument itself, starts to become intelligible.
Now, in terms of the distinction between the specialist and non-specialist, I asked us all to open up the historic environment policy for Scotland. Does HEP 1 have any bearing on your drawing of a distinction between the specialist and the non-specialist? HEP 1, I'll just read for us all: decisions affecting any part of the historic environment should be informed by an inclusive understanding of its breadth and cultural significance. Does that have a bearing on your evidence, 5.2.10 of your report?
Yeah, so what I'd say is that in terms of the policies and principles, and again, I'm a heritage consultant and not a planner, but this is my understanding of these, the applicability of these various policies. Within HEP, the key is actually the principles. So there are principles which underwrite or on which are founded the various policies. And if we go through and have a look again at, let's see, it would be on page 13 of HEPS. So here we have the core principles which are set out. And those principles are recognising the cultural significance, supports good decision making. The place must be understood for its cultural significance to be identified. A wide range of factors contribute. I won't read them all out, but in essence, that's what I understand is the process to be worked through in order for us to reach, in order for us to satisfy HEP 1, as it were.
I'm not sure that answers the question, because obviously the point I'm trying to make when you're drawing a distinction between the specialist and the non-specialist is that that's not reflected by decisions being informed by an inclusive understanding.
But it does form, I mean, it is actually relative. It forms part of the understanding, doesn't it? I mean, we need to understand who's looking at this monument and who's going to be experiencing it. And that will be a range of different viewers, as it were. So it will be specialists and non-specialists.
Yeah, so surely then, when looking at the setting of a monument and the contribution that it makes to an ability to understand, appreciate and experience, you don't draw a distinction between the specialist and the non-specialist. I may personally take more from, may take a great deal from setting in a way that enhances my ability to understand, appreciate and experience, but your experience be quite different. But the point of HEP 1 is to say that we've got to recognise that different individuals and groups of people value places in different ways, and that has to be understood. I'm reading short how the principles are to be applied.
I wouldn't disagree with that, no. That is what HEP1 is driving at.
Mhm.
I wonder if that's a helpful.
Thank you, Mr.
place.
Morley. Yes.
I wonder if that's a
that
helpful place for us to pause, and then we'll come back at 2 o'clock, and Mr. Milne can continue his questioning of Mr. Morley. Thank you.
Great.
2
Thank
o'clock.
you very much. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah, marvellous. Okay, good stuff. So welcome to this afternoon session, which is continuing from this morning. I think we'll probably look to take a break for 5 minutes in about an hour or so, around about 3-ish. And we'll canvass perhaps around then, see where everybody is, and we'll hope to finish around about 4-ish today. There's some flexibility on that depending on where we are, so we can discuss that nearer the time. So over to you, Mr. Milne, to proceed from where you left off just before lunch.
Thank you very much, sir. And good afternoon, Mr. Morley. I wonder if I could take you, please, to document CD 10.7, which is the inquiry report in the landscape and visual impact session by Ms. Carol Anderson. And also, if you could have in front of you viewpoint, which is the viewpoint, which is CD 01.7.11. So that's the Anderson report CD 10.7 and the visualizations from the ferry CD 01.7.11. And actually, if you could have CD 17.52 in front of you as well, it will save having to dig that out later. And that's the wireframe from the Port Ellen ferry, CD 17.52. Please just say if you didn't catch any of those references. I appreciate this. The way the numbering
No, I think I've got them all. So
good.
10.7, which is the inquiry report of Carol Anderson. Then 1.7.11, which is the appendix 7.6 to the LVIA, and then the Port Ellen wireframe.
That's right. Thank you. That should ease with the running of this part of the questions. Now, Carol Anderson's inquiry report, which obviously I would ask us just to take this at face value. Page 15, if you could turn to that, please. Now that's 15 of the PDF and the document numbering. And it's part Roman 5 that I'm referring to, which comes under the heading of, or rather, Ms. Anderson's introduction to this section is, I consider that the following significant adverse visual effects would be associated with the proposal. And then I'm taking us to 5 views from the open waters of Westloch Tarbert and from the sea, from the Isle of Ferry and from smaller watercraft. Now, this is really just to put to you what Ms. Anderson has said, and to ask for your response to that, whether you agree or disagree. Now, I'm going, well, just 2/3 of the way through. You'll see just after there's a document reference, viewpoint 5 CD 01.4.6. If you find that, then the text reads, the approach into the entrance of Westloch Tarbert from the west would be significantly affected by this proposal, which would detract from the focus provided by Dunskeag due to the proximity of the large turbines seen variously either side and above the hill. Next sentence, more extensive views to the Knapdale and Kintyre coasts from the open waters closer to Gia would additionally be interrupted by the proposal with turbines dominating the scale and diminishing the prominence of Dunskeag, which forms a landmark feature in eastward views. And I'll take you to the wireframes from the Isle of Ferry visualizations in a second. But I have to ask if you agree or disagree with Miss Anderson that more extensive views to the Knapdale and Kintyre coast from the open waters closer to Gea would be interrupted by the proposal, with turbines dominating the scale and diminishing the prominence of Dunskeag, which forms a landmark feature in eastward views. There are at least 3 propositions in that sentence. Would you mind taking the sentence and responding to each of those propositions for me, please, and saying whether you agree, disagree, and if you disagree, why?
Absolutely, yes. So the more extensive views to the Knapdale and Kintyre coasts from the open waters closer to Gea would additionally be interrupted by the proposal. I disagree with that. I don't see that those views would be interrupted in any sense. I mean, my opinion, my reading of the word interrupt would be essentially to break. So something that would occasion a break within the view or along the line of sight, as it were, which would not be the case. If the turbines were to be positioned in front of Dunskeag, so to the southwest, as it were, then I would accept an interruption. But I don't believe that the turbines, as proposed, would cause an interruption. Dominating the scale and diminishing the prominence of Dunskeag. Well, and this is from the waters close to Gea. Well, no, I mean, I've made the point previously that I don't believe that when we're at that sort of distance from Dunskeag, that I wouldn't accept that Dunskeag was a prominent feature from that distance. So I think if you knew where it was and you knew what you were looking for, you could pick it out. And for myself, when I was out on my site visit, that was because of the differential vegetation, but I wouldn't have said it was a prominent feature in any respect. So to take that to its extension, I wouldn't see the turbines beyond Dunskeag as diminishing its prominence. Landmark feature in eastward views, and yes, again, I wouldn't say that it was a landmark feature in those eastwards views from that distance away. Does that answer the 3 propositions there?
Those are, thank you, that's very clear. Now, in terms of your use of the word interrupted, is that simply your interpretation of what to interrupt means?
Well, I mean, the literal sense of interrupt would be to cause a break in. So, I mean, we're talking about a line here. We're talking about a line of sight, in effect. And to me, the literal interpretation of that would be that there would be a break along that line. So something that would block, in effect, the view. So I don't see the turbines being positioned within the background to Dunskeag as an interruption.
Would you live with the word interference? Would you live with the word interference?
No, because we're talking about a specific view here. So I don't think that they do interfere with the view. I think they are introduced into the view for sure, but I don't think they interrupt, and I don't think they interfere with our ability to see Dunskeag set before the coastline.
Now, a document that I didn't take you to was CD 10.6. Apologies for that. I wonder if you could take that document out.
The inquiry report
Now,
for LVIA, for landscape and visual.
Yes.
Yep.
That's right. And this is Kelly Anderson's inquiry report. And could you go to paragraph 11.4.8? taken to the main paragraph I wish to look at, 11.4.9, but 11.4.8 provides more context. The recently consented ERA, I don't know how to pronounce that, sorry, wind farm would also be visible from most of these locations beyond West Loch Tarbert, as illustrated in viewpoint 13. It is noted that Scottish ministers considering the ERA application acknowledged that there would be significant visual effects of the proposed development between the north end of Gea and the West Loch Tarbert, just north of Look Point. Given the locations of both Sheirdrim and ERA and separation distances between them, they would be perceived within different parts of the landscape. Sheirdrim would appear at the northern part of the Kintyre Peninsula, whilst ERA would be visible within South Knapdale. I have no questions of you in relation to that, but the following paragraph, 11.4.9, following further fieldwork and evaluation of the ERA decision by Scottish ministers, I now agree with the Council that the significant effects would extend from West Loch Tarbert to the east of Gea. There would be a moderate level of effect on the views from the east of Gea to Kennacraig, noting that the central 5-kilometre section of the route between Dunskeag Bay, B1, and Ruavane would have little or no visibility. So just to check whether you agree with Ms. Kelly Anderson that, with her evidence in the first sentence of 11.4.9. As regards visual effects, do you have any reason to take issue with that?
Well, I mean, it's my evidence is for cultural heritage. This relates to LVIA, obviously. So I think that there are two separate, very separate considerations there in terms of the effect, or what an effect on the receptor actually is. I have no reason to disagree with what Ms. Anderson has said, but obviously I'm not qualified to comment on whether it's correct or not, or to give an opinion in terms of landscape and visual.
And if you could have a look, please, at the 1.7.11 for viewpoints B and C, which can be found on pages 9 and 10 of the page numbers. Now, Mr. Lewis, in his report, and I'm going to read quickly through paragraphs 96, 97 and 98 and put what Mr. Lewis has said to you. At 96, referring to the wire lines and photomontages which are being used to assess the impact on the setting of the monument. Mr. Lewis says, these visualizations show the proposed turbines would be clearly visible on the skyline, directly behind the monument in most inward views from the Sound of Jura and the Sound of Gea, demonstrating the key views to or from the historic asset or place are interrupted. Now, is your response to that, again, interruption only occurs if there is a physical feature put between the monument and the viewer?
Position would be that to interrupt is a very specific form. So I would not see the addition of detail to the background of a view to be an interruption. I would see it as an addition to that view. So yes, I would disagree.
And Mr. Lewis here, just so as we're all clear, when he's using bold, he's quoting from the setting guidance, managing change. The turbines would surround, I read on, and appear above the monument in these views, thereby competing for dominance with and diminishing the visual prominence of the monument. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Apologies, Mr. Milne. Can you direct me to the relevant paragraph?
Yes, it's the middle of paragraph 96 again, still there, and my sentence that I'm reading is halfway through 96 of Mr. Lewis's report.
Can I just check, are we on CD 11.6.2? Mr. Milne, is that the document that you're referring to?
Mr. Lewis's report, yes.
Yes, okay. Yes, and forgive me, the paragraphs again was 96, 97 and 98, was that correct?
That's right, that's right.
Right, I'll find that.
So again, re-emphasise that I would disagree with the interruption aspect. I don't think that we're looking at views that are being interrupted here at all. The turbines would surround and appear above the monument in these views, thereby competing for dominance. I think, as I set out in evidence in chief, there's quite a narrow sort of radius around Dunskeag within which I would consider it to be a dominant feature. So where you get that palpable sense of its authority over you, that's a comparatively narrow area. And when we move into that area, that is also the place at which the views of the turbines are much reduced on what they would be from, for example, viewpoint C out to sea. So I don't accept that they would have an adverse effect on the sense of dominance of Dunskeag. And I would say that once we're out at sort of viewpoint C distance, I wouldn't particularly consider Dunskeag to be a prominent feature at that point. So I wouldn't consider them to erode the prominence of the monument either.
Now, if we go to CD, I will come back to Mr. Lewis's report. Please don't put it away. But if we go to CD 17.52, the Port Ellen Ferry wireframe, which I find helpful to zoom in on to the right-hand side, where we see the Gartnagrenach, Freesdale, Sheirdrim, and Eskeert wind farms on the wireframe. Now, would you agree that in this wireframe, Dunskeag is Dunskeag is
I would say that within this wireframe, it's discernible as a feature. I would say that you can pick it out. That's largely due to my knowledge of what it is that we're looking for. The other thing that I'd say is, again, as we discussed before, just a note of caution about the wireframe. I mean, this is stripping out all of the visual elements from this particular scene and presenting a model which is intended to enhance the prominence of the or the intelligibility of the landform, and also, of course, the level of visibility and the appearance of the turbines themselves.
the final sentence of 96 in Mr. Lewis's report says the turbines would present a highly visible industrial moving and distracting feature in views from the sea towards Dunskeag. I'll pause there to ask, do you agree with Mr. Lewis, and maybe I should add, and the two Ms. Andersons?
I would say that they would be visible, and I would say that you would see some of the turbines moving. I wouldn't personally find them distracting to any extent.
And is that because you're a specialist, as you explained in your report, and as a specialist you could disregard the turbines?
I think that even to the layperson, the fact that these are turbines, modern wind turbines, would be perfectly intelligible. I don't think there would be any sense in which anybody would confuse them with aspects of the topography or the historic landscape. I think that both to myself as an expert and to the layperson, it would be an intelligible scene.
Don't think anyone is suggesting that the turbines would be confused with the landscape, if that's what you said. What Mr. Lewis has quoted here from Managing Change is whether the development would dominate or detract in a way that affects our ability to understand and appreciate the historic asset. And that's more the question, isn't it? Whether there would be that effect. So putting Mr. Lewis's evidence to you, do you agree or disagree with that?
I disagree with that. I mean, my response before was specifically in relation to the first part of that sentence. I think that the second part is actually the important bit, as you've pointed out. So would it dominate or detract in a way that affects our ability to understand and appreciate the asset? Well, no, it wouldn't. The turbines will be perfectly intelligible, or would be as wind turbines to the rear of what would still present as an aspect of the coastal topography juxtaposed with the sea, with the coastline. So I don't think there would be anything about that situation, that spatial and visual situation, that would be affected to the extent that we couldn't understand it.
Is the point not that, with Mr. Lewis's evidence in mind, that Dunskeag acted as a waymarker to be used by those out at sea? What the introduction and the prominence, the discernibility of that hill is therefore integral to its cultural significance. Is it not the case that putting this highly visible industrial moving distracting feature in views from the sea towards Dunskeag does result in a competition between the ability to understand, appreciate and experience the function as a waymarker? That's a proposition.
I'd make two points in response. So the first one is we've discussed my opinion on whether this particular hill formed a waymarker or a beacon in any sense, and as I've given my evidence on that, which is that I believe that when you are closer in, when you are on the approach to West Loch Tarbert, as per all of the historical sources, that's the point at which it would become a navigable waymarker, in inverted commas. I don't think that from further out at sea that is how it would have been conceived of. That's my opinion on the issue.
Right.
Apologies, Mr. Milne.
Nope.
Does that answer your question? Or?
That I have your evidence on that. Thank you. That's very helpful. Now, I'd like to take you to the setting guidance again, and actually be helpful if you could have the 2010 and 2016 guidance open, CD 17.3 and CD 17.53.
Yes, I've got both documents here.
Great. Can you explain what changes were made to the 2010 guidance, which manifested in the consultation and ultimate publication of the 2016 guidance?
Yes, I can do that. Let's see. If I can direct you to paragraph 4.13 of the 2010 guidance.
Okay.
And then if I can direct you also in the 2016 guidance. Apologies, just finding the reference. Yeah, to page 10 of the document, page 10, that is. And we're in the second column. And then you'll see the third paragraph down, which begins with the word factors. So what's happened, it's quite a limited degree of change, actually. There's been a lot of change in terms of the appearance of the document. But the main thing that's happened here is that paragraph 4.13 has been split essentially into two bullet points. And those bullet points have been placed within the existing row of bullet points under 4.14. So you'll see that within paragraph 4.13, there's a discussion of key views to and from the historic asset or place being interrupted. And then further down, there's discussion of dominating and detracting and forming a backdrop. Those have basically been split out into two separate bullet points underneath the paragraph beginning factors in the 2016 document. So you can see the first one there, which is whether key views to or from the historic asset or place are interrupted. And then the dominate and detract references the second bullet point underneath.
Would you agree with me? It's not for me to put words in your mouth. So is it right? 4.13 has been removed from 2010. I mean, a paragraph is gone. It doesn't help that there are no paragraph numbers in the 2016 guidance, but there we are. The 4.13 has been removed from 2010.
I wouldn't have referred to it as being removed. I think it's been split into two, essentially, and then it's been fed into the bullet points within the 2016 document. I think what it's saying in there remains an aspect of the second document, the second version of the document.
So something you said there, which sounded getting closer in terms of our position. So 4.13, I'm putting to you, has been removed. And I think you responded that there are aspects of 4.13 which have been moved into the list of factors in 2016 to be considered in assessing the impact of change on the setting of a historic asset or place.
Correct, yes.
So would it be fair to say that rather than having 4.13, what the 2016 guidance does is draw attention directly, in a more direct fashion, to the list of factors that can be considered in assessing the impact of change on setting?
I think just by way of context, I think my reading of the 2010 wording is that if you read that very first sentence in 4.13, what it's saying is an understanding of the impact should not be confined to whether views to or from the asset or place are interrupted. So what it's talking about there is it's drawing emphasis to the fact that views aren't the only consideration. And I think that's probably a product of the time, basically, because prior to a few years ago, we were still battling with the idea of what actually setting is. And I think a lot of people were still of the opinion that it was largely view-based. So I think that this sentence was meant to make the point. It was adding emphasis to the fact that, look, this isn't all about views. You know, we've also got to look at whether the proposed change would do other things as well. So that's what I think the context is for this. And then I think what's happened is it's basically been split out into a couple of bullet points and reincorporated. And ultimately, I don't think it makes much difference. I don't think in terms of the advice it's providing, when read as a whole, that it's actually saying anything different in the 2016 guidance.
So the reference to views has been moved to the basket of factors to be considered, as has the requirement for an assessment as to whether the proposed change would dominate or detract in a way that affects our ability to understand and appreciate the historic asset. So everything, would you agree with me, now sits within the bullet pointed factors sitting on, to be found on page 10 of 2016.
Yes, those points now sit within that bulleted list. That's correct.
And does 2016 give any, does it expressly give any particular weight to any of these factors contained on the bullet point list on page 10?
Not expressly, no. No, it doesn't. It doesn't list them, and it doesn't make a statement to the effect that some should be given greater weight than others.
And would you agree that another change made? Sorry, sir, did you ask a question? I heard another voice.
Please, Mr. Milne.
No, press on.
I
Okay.
think everything's okay. I think we're just picking up feedback.
Oh.
That's all. I think sometimes if both of you have your mics on, occasionally it might pick up what one of you just said with a delay of perhaps a second or two. So I suspect that was what you were picking up. But
That's all it was.
Please continue.
Press on. Yeah, sorry. It's been working well. So I was Mr. Morley going to ask if there isn't another change between 2010 and 16, whereby the list of factors has been expanded to include whether key views to or from the historic asset or place are interrupted. So, sorry, that's a, sorry, we have covered that because that was a point moved from 413 to 2016. And we've discussed whether the proposed change would dominate or detract in a way that affects our ability to understand and appreciate the historic asset. Now, Ms. Beeston's evidence, which really we've touched on there in terms of weight, is that changes to dominate or detract in a way that affects our ability to understand and appreciate the historic asset have therefore been placed on an equal footing with other types of impact. And no doubt we'll hear further from Ms. Beeston on that when we hear her evidence. Mr. Morley, have you spotted other changes, including some elaboration on the consideration of views? Page 9 of 2016. Do you accept that in terms of the questions set out to define and analyse the setting, there is an addition under when the historic asset or place was developed or in use both originally and subsequently? It states, new text, how was it intended to be viewed from a distance, from other sites, buildings, or specific points in the landscape? And also new text, what views was it intended to have? Wide views over the landscape or seascape, confined views, narrow alignments. Do you accept that that's new text?
Just having a check now, but I've no reason to believe that it isn't. Yeah, so this is basically a restatement within a bulleted list of what's being said within paragraphs 4.6 and 4.7 of the 2010 version of the guidance.
Is it exactly the same text? How it was intended to be viewed from a distance from other sites, buildings, or specific points in the landscape?
I can accept that that forms part of the text now, absolutely.
Yes.
In this second version.
There's only one further point we'd like to go over in relation to the 2016 guidance. I wonder if you could have CD 15.44 in front of you. Now, that is the report in respect of the proposed Cregan wind farm. And page 68 of the PDF. And whilst we're digging this out, I would note the date of this report and recommendation is 8th February 2017.
CD 15.44, and which paragraph? Apologies.
Page 68. I'll get the actual. The paragraph number is 4.35. Now, if it is okay for me to keep talking while they're hunting for that, the reason for going to this is, and I can go to this reference in your report if you wish, but if I've understood your report correctly, you've commended. I appreciate a number of reports of inquiries into other wind farms, but I've commended the approach taken in those inquiries to this inquiry as the approach that they should take to the application of the setting guidance. Now, if I'm paraphrasing to the point that that's incorrect, please say, but that's what I've taken from your report.
So just to be clear then, my position isn't that I've adopted the approach of previous reporters or that have been discussed within previous reports. My position is that my way of understanding cultural significance and contribution thereto from setting would be to consider the extent to which it contributes to our understanding and appreciation. And therefore, the extent to which that understanding and appreciation is diminished would have a bearing on our finding of impact. So that was my starting point. Then, through having looked through some of these decisions, it's occurred to me and it's become obvious to me that that is the process that has been adopted previously. So just to make the point that this isn't me picking up on how I perceive things of having been done before. This is me saying, this is what I would do, and this is where I've seen it used previously.
So have you considered, I take it you have looked in detail at the Cregan report?
I've read through the Cregan report, yes. Right,
and taking what you've said, and again, do not let me twist your words at all, that's not my intention, but has the reporter in this instance applied the 2016 setting guidance correctly?
Apologies, is this still with reference to paragraph 4.35?
Yes, we'll go there in a minute, but these are questions before we look at the detail. So it's on the basis that you've read this report and the context in which you have just given your evidence regarding how you've approached the application of the setting guidance here. I just want to check if there are any comments you wish to make regarding how the reporter in this instance applied the setting guidance.
Yes, well, I mean, if we look at paragraph 4.36, for example, then this is where that reporter says, setting relates to the way in which the surroundings of a historic asset contributes how it is experienced, understood and appreciated. We consider that the effect upon setting and indeed its integrity as referred to in SPP paragraph 145 should be assessed in these terms. And then if we look at 4.39 as well of the Cregan report, we get where the understanding and appreciation of an asset would be adequately retained. We consider it reasonable to conclude that the integrity of its setting would remain intact.
Right. Can I take it more? Sorry to interrupt. I wonder if we could take it more slowly. I appreciate I handed handing the microphone over to you to talk through the report, but I think I'll take it back and pick through things a bit more slowly, so as that I'm fair to you in terms of what I'm asking. So 4.35, we have Scottish Planning Policy 145, which we're all agreed is our test here in terms of adverse effect, potential for an adverse effect on the integrity of setting. Paragraph 4.36 takes us to paragraph 2.1 of the 2010 guidance. We can always tell if we're looking at 2010 because there are paragraph numbers referenced. 4.37, the HES guidance helpfully goes on to state a paragraph 4.13, which we've been looking at, the one which didn't survive intact when we got to 2016, and the reporter here quotes 4.13 at length. And then applying the 2010 guidance at 4.38, the reporter states, on this basis, we take the view that to assess the acceptability of the impact upon the settings of the Blairy and Dunnan scheduled monuments, the effect of the development it would have upon one's ability to understand and appreciate the assets should be the determinative issue in this regard. Now, that's really getting to my point here. So I'm clearly not seeking, I am even actually criticising the reporter in this instance, because the reporter had the 2010 guidance. But looking at the 2016 guidance and what we've just agreed regarding how text has been reordered and there is no additional weight attached to any of the criteria set out under the factors, page 10, I think, does this comment at 4.38 survive the change from 2010 to 2016 about the effect of the development would have upon one's ability to understand and appreciate the asset should be the determinative issue in this regard?
Well, that's what the reporters in this case have obviously come to the conclusion of. And I mean, my opinion would be that the change between the 2010 and the 2016 guidance was a comparatively superficial one. As you said, it was largely a reordering. And both documents are guidance documents first and foremost, so they're intended to guide. But both documents also are meant to be read as a whole. And I don't see that the rearrangement that's taken place between 2010 and 2016 has removed any aspects relevant to the 2010 document that would still be pertinent for the 2016.
But we just agreed that 2016 put the factors on an equal footing. Did we not agree that, rather than any one of them being the determinative issue?
I don't believe that the 2010 version gave primacy to any of these issues over any others. I think that it's a guidance document to be read as a whole. I think within 2010 and also 2016, what the authors are saying is, look, here are some factors for you to take into account, whether they formed part of a bulleted list or whether they were presented more prosaically within paragraph 4.13, they're all factors to be taken into account under that guidance.
That's Craigan. In terms of your report, page 50 now, potential to offer improvements that you set out at 6.3, and at 6.3.5, you set out with reference to improvements to the current signage access and interpretation context, which you described above on that page. Such improvements would help to increase public engagement with and understanding and appreciation of the scheduled monument consistent with historic environment strategy for Scotland. Should the proposed development receive consent, the applicant would present with community benefit funding, which could be used to fund such improvements at the discretion of the local community. Can I just check whether you think that should be taken into account, this possibility in the decision here as to whether to consent to the Sheirdrim proposal or not?
I think that it's a factor to be considered. I do appreciate Hess's point that it falls at the bottom of the triangle of effective mitigation measures, and it would be considered offsetting. So I think it should be taken into account, but it wouldn't carry the same weight as, for example, another form of embedded mitigation.
Perhaps straight into a matter of law, but is a community benefit a material consideration in planning terms?
So is there a question, Mr. Milne?
Yes, that was the question. Is a community benefit a material consideration in planning terms? Sorry, I must have cut off.
I mean, again.
So really a matter of law. And if he wants to make a submission on it, we can both make submissions. But asking a cultural heritage witness to interpret the law, not on cultural heritage where it might have some bearing, is in my submission inappropriate.
Mr. Milne, what do you have to say?
I would admit to preempting Mr. Innes's comment by saying this may be perhaps considered to be a matter of law, so I'm happy to leave that for submission.
Very well.
May I have 1 second, please? In fact, would it be possible to just take a short break, just 3 minutes, and I'll come back after that?
Mr. Innes, any objections?
Yeah, I was just looking to get a sort of rough timetable when Mr. Milne might complete, just to understand programming for perhaps tomorrow, etc.
Yes, I'm happy to do that just now.
Yeah, don't know how you're getting on, Mr. Milne.
Yes, that's the reason. That's the reason for the break, because I'm wanting to check whether that's me having concluded my cross-examination.
Well, that's fair enough. I'm happy to do that now. It says 47 on my clock just now, so let's come back at 5:02, and that gives everybody a little bit of time to stretch the legs. Okay, 5:02 then, please.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yep, fantastic. Welcome back. So when we left off just before that break, Mr. Milne, I think you were just checking through to see whereabouts you were and whether you were close to the point where you wanted to finish. Do you know how long you think you need beyond this moment?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much for those few minutes. I was able to take instructions, and I'm pleased to confirm I have no further questions for Mr. Morley.
Very well, thank you very much. I have a few questions then before I hand over to Mr. Innes for re-examination. So we'll just press on and go through those now. Mr. Morley, I'm just going to begin with, if we can take a look, please, at, well, there's not necessarily a need to look in detail about it, but in your report, CD 11.5, and in Historic Environment Scotland's report, CD 11.6.2, each of you refers to the historic context of Dunskeek. And although I think there are some differences in the detail, do you find anything in that part of Historic Environment Scotland's report to contradict your own, or do you take issue with any of the points made about the historic background of the site?
I think so. Within the context that we don't want to look into it in too much detail, my reading of the report was that I didn't necessarily disagree with any of the historical background that Mr. Lewis had presented.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm writing and asking questions at the same time, so that takes me a moment. Looking at Mr. Lewis's report, if we can go to 11.6.2, and I'll just find that myself as well. And if we can please go to paragraph 87 of that document. I'll just check that I'm in the right place.
Yes,
Now it may be that you've already touched on this in some of the discussion this afternoon, so I'm kind of happy for you to refer me to those discussions if you need to in your answer. Historic Environment Scotland in that paragraph appears to explain what it thinks is meant by the term integrity of setting. Is that explanation one that you recognise or agree with?
This is a point of difference between my position and that of Hess. There is this reference by Hess to key characteristics and the need for them to remain intact, and variously also the word undiminished is used, I believe, largely by Mr. Lewis. That's not something that I recognise within any of the guidance or the policy documentation that's pertinent to this inquiry. Certainly the key documents, both policy and guidance, would be HEPS, Historic Environment Policy Scotland, and also Managing Change. And neither of them refer to this key characteristics issue being determinative. There is one reference to key characteristic, and that is within Managing Change. But it relates, it's a sub-bullet point basically in relation to determining magnitude of impact. So it doesn't bear directly on integrity. I would adopt the approach that's that would appear to be at the heart of both of those documents, which make repeat reference to the need to understand and appreciate the historic resource. There are multiple references to both within both documents, and that's where I would stand, and that is the position that has been taken at the previous wind farm inquiries I've referred to in my inquiry report. So just to be absolutely clear, my position would be that if we're preserving the ability to understand and appreciate the monument, then that would be to preserve the integrity of its setting.
Okay, thank you for that. In Scottish Planning Policy paragraph 145, which has been referred to several times this afternoon. That's in CD 7.15. I can find it myself. There's a reference in that to exceptional circumstances, and I'm interested in whether you have a view of what would constitute exceptional circumstances.
I think, I mean, that's, from my perspective, that would be more of a planning issue. I'm not sure whether it would be right for me to necessarily venture an opinion on that. Certainly, I couldn't say anything with authority. It strikes me as something to be dealt with by a planner. So.
Very well. Okay, thank you. If we can then move on to CD 11.5 and paragraph 5.1.1.8. You use the term kinetic experience, and that's been used, I think, by others this morning as well, perhaps quoting you or perhaps themselves. Could you just explain for me what you mean by that statement?
Yes, absolutely. So there's been a lot of discussion within all of the inquiry documentation and at this inquiry so far about sort of fixed views. So we've had a lot of discussion about the landscape and visual viewpoints, for example, the use of wireframes and photo montages and things of that nature. So the issue that I find with those, as useful an interpretive tool as they can be, sir, is that ultimately they don't reflect the reality of human lived experience, which is a kinetic experience. So, for example, just taking the ferries as an example, there would never be a point at which you were stationary and looking at a specific view. So, for example, viewpoint C, you would have arrived there, you would have experienced moving past gear, and then moving to that point, you would have experienced the changes that took place as you were as that movement was taking place. There would have been all sorts of other factors as well associated with and affecting the lived experience, which is very different from looking at a static view from a set location. So that's really what I think we've been referring to throughout this inquiry. And certainly I would, as one of the sort of more pertinent examples of where that is relevant, I would suggest that when people visit the monument, so they actually go up the public footpath and head up to the top of the monument, there are all sorts of aspects of movement and also physical experience. So the exertion of climbing to the top of the hill, the weather conditions, the light, everything else. Those are the factors that make for an experience and make for a lived understanding and appreciation of a place. So I think the reason we've been referring to them is to make that point. It's not all about static views.
Okay, thank you. And I suppose following on from that, I think in that same paragraph, are you saying that views to Dunskeag from Northern Gear, such as at viewpoint 13, would contain the Freesdale turbines in the same way that viewpoint C from the Isle of Ferry would contain the Sheirdrim turbines? Can you just help me understand whether I've interpreted what you're saying correctly and just talk me through that?
Could you please direct me to the relevant paragraph, sir? Apologies.
Yes. Oh, can you hear me? Yeah. In CD 11.5, paragraph 5.1.1.8. And I'll just take myself there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So this very much follows on from what I was just talking about in terms of the kinetic experience. So, for example, within the LVIA viewpoints that we have, those static shots, the Freesdale turbines appear to be quite a recessive feature. But if you are, and this is from my own experience of being out on the ferry and heading a number of times and heading towards West Loch Tarbert, as you come past gear, you notice those turbines to a much greater extent than is suggested by the viewpoint. At one point, they are, from memory, to the right of Dunskeag, and then they pass as you move forward all the way across the top and over to the left in the same manner as the turbines from Sheirdrim are modelled to do within the viewpoint from viewpoint C. So I think, again, that is something that you wouldn't perhaps understand. It wouldn't be intelligible to you unless you've been out and had that lived experience, that kinetic experience.
Okay, thank you. Moving on, within the same document, within CD 11.5, if we can go now to paragraph 4.5.4. I'll just find that myself as well. And in that paragraph, it appears to be a section covering surrounding islands and sounds. I think it begins on a. I think it continues throughout the following pages. If we can then scroll down to the bullet, sorry, yes, the bullet that covers surrounding islands and sounds. So beneath that, I think we have to skip forward to page 41, and I think that's electronic. So I'm sorry, I've sent you to one place, and then I need to take you to
I'm at the section.
Okay, yes, there we go. So yes, that's on page 41, about halfway down. And within that particular section, you refer to the term spatial context. I think that's it. Yes, that's in the first paragraph towards the end. I think it's one line up at the very right-hand side. Have you been able to find that? I think you say well-defined spatial context, affording it a sense of place.
Yes, I can see that.
Okay. Can you please explain what's meant by the term spatial context and what, if anything, is the difference between that term and the term setting?
Okay. So if I start in reverse order then, so setting would be the contribution made by the surroundings of a heritage asset, so in this case Dunskeag, to its cultural significance and to our ability to understand what it is in effect. In terms of the spatial context here, what I'm referring to is the fact that the coherence of these views, the composition of the views from the top of Dunskeag include a number of notable aspects, not least perhaps of Jura, which I find in particular arresting from this location. And all of these things would have, to the prehistoric mind and the early historic mind, these are aspects that would, we can be fairly confident would have formed part of the experience when looking out from the top of Dunskeag at the time of currency of its use. So what I'm suggesting here is that these would have formed part of the spatial context within which the inhabitants and the users of Dunskeag came to identify. So they would have known their place within the grand scheme of the landscape, and probably within, not to go into too much detail, but with it in terms of their sort of belief systems as well, they would have had a very firm sense of where they sat within the profane and also sacred landscape, and this would have been via the associations, the visual and spatial associations with those surrounding aspects such as Jura, gear, and all of the other issues that I mentioned.
Okay, thank you. Can we now move to the statement of agreed matters, which is CD 14.3? And if we can go to, please, matter 4, which I think is on electronic pages 5 and 6.
Yes, I'm there.
So it's just at the bottom and then spills over to the next page. And I think this appears to outline, I think, where there is agreement and disagreement between yourselves, as you would expect, given what the document is articulating. And from Matter 4, it appears that yourself and Historic Environment Scotland appear to disagree about whether the Sound of Jura forms part of the setting of Dunskeag Monument or contributes to the monument's cultural significance. And so I'm interested in your comment on that. And does this mean that the Sound of Jura is not part of the monument's setting in your view? Can you just explain your thinking on those matters?
So I think this comes down in large part to the understanding of where the Sound of Jura actually is. And there was some discussion about this throughout the process of assessment. So my take on it was that the Sound of Jura was the area or the body of water in between the west of Knapdale and Jura and stretching along that coast, basically. So I didn't, to me, that's a fairly remote location from which, from my visits, there was no particular sense of Dunskeag to any material extent, at least. So I do have to appreciate, however, that I may not fully understand the extent of the Sound of Jura. That was my take on it. It may be that it extends further than I'm suggesting it does, but certainly that was what that disagreement was founded upon.
Okay, and that appears in some way actually to have anticipated my next question. I'm going to direct you to a map. And I should say, for everybody's benefit, the reason I've chosen this map is not because of what the map shows. Well, it is because of what the map shows, but it's not because of the purpose of the map. It's simply because the map shows Isla, Jura, and the coast. It's one of the few maps that did that, and it was, I think, the first one that I came across. So that is CD 1.3.25, and that's figure 7.4, the zone of theoretical visibility to blade tips. I'll just give everyone a moment to find that.
So what was the reference again?
Oh, yeah, sorry, just bear with me. CD 1.3.25. Have you had a chance to bring that up?
Yes, I've got that.
And again, let me remind everybody that I'm not looking at this because it shows the zone of theoretical visibility. I've simply picked up this map because on it are Isla, Jura, and the Kintyre Peninsula and Gia. And it might be handy to zoom in a little bit to the area of what I'll describe as the area of water between Isla and Jura and Kintyre. So I'm just going to do that just now. You've described for me where you believed the Sound of Jura to be, and I think we can see, you might be able to make out some words on the map that are, I suppose, they're written sideways from bottom to top, and they say Sound of Jura, and I think those words appear in the location that you had described to me as your understanding of where the Sound of Jura is. Is that fair interpretation?
Correct. Yes.
So if we were to accept your description of where you believe that particular body of water to be, then would it be fair to say that the ferry routes that we've been talking about and looking at information for do not pass through the body of water that you believe to be the Sound of Jura? Is that a fair?
That would be correct. Yes.
Okay. So the situation in this instance would be that if you were to get on the ferry and you were to travel to either Port Askaig or Port Ellen from Kennecraig, and following that interpretation, at least, you would not pass through the Sound of Jura. You would pass through another body of water.
That's correct.
Okay, that's helpful. That helps me understand the nature of that disagreement. That's fine. That concludes the questions that I had for you, Mr. Morley. So thank you very much for answering those. And Mr. Innes can take over in just a moment for his re-examination. Mr. Innes, I need to ask you whether you anticipate that this will take you to 4 o'clock or perhaps a little later, or whether you'll spill over.
No, sir, I suspect this will take about 10, 15 minutes max. I'm a very poor estimator of time, and usually if you double it, that's probably nearer the mark. But on a fair wind, it might be over in 15 minutes.
Very well. Well, over to you to proceed with that then. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Morley, can I ask first of all, when Mr. Milne was cross-examining you this morning, you had extensive discussion about the potential effects on the setting of Dunscaig from out to sea, and I think that was the way that it was put to you, and your response was it would all depend on where in the sea you were, but you acknowledged that there might be associations up to 8 kilometers. What the question I want to ask you is, what would be the factors that you would take into account in evaluating whether those particular views would have that sufficient relationship to be a matter which would contribute to the setting?
As we discussed earlier on today, the key aspects of the setting of Dunscaig from my position, from my perspective, would be West Loch Tarbert, absolutely, and the topography associated with the mouth to West Loch Tarbert. So what I would say is that from the point at which that becomes intelligible, that association, that would be the point at which there may be some impact if we were to interfere with the views.
And whilst we've been focused on Isla ferries, as you acknowledged, I think there are other approaches to West Loch Tarbert as well. Is that correct?
There are indeed, yes. I mean, you could approach along the coast of Kintyre. You could approach from the other side of Knapdale. You could approach from Jura direct. There are all sorts of other approaches to the mouth of West Loch Tarbert.
And if we were just picking the trip from, say, Isla to West Loch Tarbert, are there other landforms that I would have to pass?
Absolutely. I mean, there would be Gear for a start. I mean, Gear is a very conspicuous aspect of the journey, let's say, from Isla across to West Loch Tarbert. And as you pass by Gear, really a good deal of your attention is upon that island. So yes, there are other aspects. There are the Paps of Jura as well, which you can see, and aspects of Knapdale as well. I thought were comparatively prominent in certain of the views from out at sea.
Now, this afternoon, I think, was a discussion about the visibility of the physical aspects of remains at the top of Dunscaig. And as I have it, you said that you felt that they would be readily identified about 4 kilometers. Is that correct?
Around that distance, yes.
And in terms of any visibility of this nature, we're not cutting off the visibility like suddenly go around a corner of landscape. How would you describe how the visibility, say, from 4 kilometers to 6 kilometers to 8 kilometers works?
So as you approach, obviously, if we start at sort of 8 kilometers then, so from that sort of distance, as I've said, Dunscaig doesn't, to me, stand out as a particularly prominent feature. It appears to be an aspect of the coast of West Kintyre, effectively at that range. As you move forward, it starts to take form. So by the time you reach sort of 4 kilometers from the mouth of West Loch Tarbert, it's starting to become a prominent feature from that stage. At the same time, the aspects that contribute to it in terms of setting also start to become apparent. So there's a much greater sense of appreciation from those sorts of distances of the association with the coastline itself, which, as we've discussed, is key. I would say that is intelligible from a distance of about 4 kilometers. And then as you approach even closer, so you get to sort of 2 kilometers-ish out from Dunscaig, that's the point at which you start to be able to appreciate its association with West Loch Tarbert. in particular. And those are the key contributors to the significance, the setting and significance of this asset.
I presume in that context it works both way round as you leave the opposite effect.
Absolutely, yes.
Now, I just want to take you to CD 17.3, which is a setting guidance, please.
Yes, I've got that.
Now, if we could go to page 6, please, and we will come back to look at one matter, but in terms of the definition of what is setting, that's to be is set out on page 6, is that correct?
Absolutely, yes. It's the very first paragraph on page 6. So here we have, as I've said before, setting is the way the surroundings of a historic asset or place contribute to how it is understood, appreciated and experienced.
And is that the same as paragraph 2.1 of the 2010 setting guidance?
Yes, it is, yes.
Now, again, if we perhaps look at some detail, in 2.1 of CD 17.53, do we see that the wording is that setting should be thought of as the way? Do you see that?
Yes, I do, yes.
And when we get round to the 2016 version, it now becomes setting is the way. Is that correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Now, in your view as a professional, does that change of wording have any material difference in the way in which we should approach the concept of setting?
It's a very much more definitive statement within the 2016 guidance.
Yes. Now, in paragraph 2 of the 2016 guidance, 20 guidance updated, because we are talking about the 216 updated to 2020, but the 220 guidance at page 6 has a series of factors that contribute to setting. Do we see that?
Yes, I've got that.
Yes. What do you understand by the 4th bullet point, the prominence of the historic asset?
So the prominence of the historic asset, there's been a lot of discussion about this. Obviously, this is the extent to which the monument itself would be conspicuous within the landscape, to which it would be a draw to the eye, a key visual aspect of a landscape.
And in terms of the asset, what do you understand to be the historic asset?
The historic asset in this instance would be the scheduled monument.
And in that context, what does that comprise?
It comprises of the remains of the fort and the remains of the 2 duns on top of the fort, which succeeded it, and the buried archaeological remains on which they're founded.
Now, again, in terms of answers to questions from Mr. Milne, you identified that Dunskeag the Hill, for not being entirely scheduled, formed a critical part of the context of the asset. Now, can we go on and look at what factors contribute to setting? Do we see on page 7 that there is a specific section which says the relationship with other features, both built and natural?
Yes, I could see that.
How does your answer in relation to the hill relate to that particular factor?
So the relationship between the asset and the hill would not be affected under this proposal. The asset between the 2 of them is entirely relational and would not be affected.
And in that context, is there a relationship between the hill and the asset?
There is.
Now, that deals with what factors contribute to setting, and that's what we're effectively dealing with at that section. Section 3 goes on, and can I ask you just before leaving that, in terms of looking at all these factors, how do you go about using those factors into assessing what contributes to setting? Are they all viewed in absolute isolation, or how do you go about looking at an asset and its relationship to its surroundings, having regard to this guidance?
Sure. Well, I mean, in essence, it's the difference between a kind of an inductively reasoned position and a deductively reasoned position for me. So I look at the asset, I look in detail at what its surroundings actually are, and then I interrogate in detail what it is about that surrounding that actually contributes. It's a holistic approach. It's very much it sort of draws on all of these different points at once. They're not meant to be a checklist, I guess, is the overall point. They are guidance, and they are point factors to take into consideration if relevant.
And the next stage is obviously the assessment stage, which again takes you to a staged process of assessing the identifying the historic asset, defining and analysing the setting, which we would no doubt take into account the factors. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And in terms of looking at the words stage 2, the setting of a historic asset comprises our present understanding and appreciation of its current surroundings, what survives of its historic surroundings, combined with subsequent historic changes. Answering the following questions often helps to define setting. Do you see that as a...
Absolutely, yes.
So these are essentially questions which are posed, is that correct?
Yes, again, it's within the context that this is guidance. These are suggestions for what may assist in determining setting and analysing setting.
And in terms of looking at the role of that fundamental tenet of how an asset is understood, appreciated, experienced, which is the definition of setting, is that taken into the stage 3 evaluation in terms of numerous references to appreciating and understanding? Is that?
Absolutely, it is. Yeah, it's referred to on a number of occasions. So we have in the second bullet point, for example, and we also have within, let's see, what would it be? Third, fourth, fifth, sixth bullet point as well. It's referred to throughout the document on numerous occasions, as it is within HEPS also.
If I can ask you to look at HEPS, which is document 17.6, please.
That document.
I think perhaps helpfully we talked a lot about cultural significance, and in that context, we see in that document at CD 17.6 that both the cultural significance and impact is also in defined terms.
Yes, they are. Both are included in the definitions.
And when we look at the word impact, it's quite helpful on page 5 to understand the effect of changes on the historic environment, often referred to as the impact. This can be neutral, positive, or negative. There can be impact of physical elements of a place or on its setting if its surroundings are changed, that our understanding, appreciation, or experience is altered. Do we see?
Absolutely, yes.
That is drawing a distinction of physical elements, and then drawing that the understanding, appreciation, or experience is related to that setting aspect.
Yes, that's very clear.
Now, inclusiveness, HEP 1, and if we go through on page 13 of the document, there's a helpful set of principles and understanding and recognition.
Yes, I'm there.
Because, as you rightly pointed out, I think in answers to questions, when you see a policy such as HEP 1, the policy is really assisted by fundamentally in understanding and interpretation by the core principles that derive that. Can I ask you to look at the last of the bullet points and to understand your view as to how that relates to the concept of inclusive understanding?
The final bullet points of the core principles.
Underneath HEP 1.
So understanding will improve when information is widely available and everyone has the opportunity to contribute to knowledge of the historic environment.
So what do you think that's talking about?
That's effectively talking about dissemination of information. So, for example, expert analysis made available to the wider public so that they can actually understand heritage, their heritage, and really appreciate what it is and what it means for their lives today.
Now, if we could now return to the Cregan decision at 1544, please.
Yes.
And I would ask, first of all, could we first look at paragraph 4.33 of the document?
Yes, I've got that.
And if we look at the front page of the document, you can perhaps take it from me that the inquiry sessions relative to this particular public inquiry took place in January 2006 to February 2006. So what the reporters are identifying here is that subsequent to the inquiry, further documentation appears to have been published in that SHAP was replaced by HES.
Sorry, yes.
And in terms of, we see there that in terms of that particular change in national policy, it was thought there were no difference.
Absolutely, yes. Final sentence. No differences of any significance to our assessment of this case.
Do you think, in your experience as an experienced heritage advisor, that if a heritage organisation with responsibility for policy were formulating a substantial change in setting guidance, that might have featured in a policy change?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, turning to SPP, we're still dealing with SPP, so that's still live at paragraph 4.3.5. Now, paragraph 2.1 of HES guidance, it appears to be a reference to 2010 guidance. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, that's what it was.
Yeah, and as we looked at, if anything, the wording in the new 2016/2020 version is actually more strongly worded regarding the definition of setting.
It is indeed, yes.
So has there been any change in the context of the importance of the definition of setting?
Yes.
Yes, higher.
Indeed. Yes.
And therefore, do you see any difference that the reporters would have drawn when they say we consider that the effect upon setting and indeed integrity in terms referred to in SPP 145 should be assessed in these terms?
Yes, absolutely. So it's clear that it's based upon that more definitive definition.
Thank you very much. That concludes re-examination, sir. And I think I was quite close to the prediction, which is quite remarkable.
Okay, thank you very much. That takes us to 15:35. Mr. Milne, do you wish to begin the evidence in chief, your first witness this afternoon? Are you happy to do that before 4 o'clock? Is that something that can be fitted in, or would it take longer, do you think?
I suspect it will take longer.
Yes.
And actually,
We're in your hands.
Yeah, well, only losing 20. I would be loath to lose a lot of time because time is in short supply, and would very much welcome Mr. Ince's view as well. But I don't think we lose much by waiting to begin Ms. Basden tomorrow morning.
Mr. Innes, do you have any views on that?
No, I don't. It might mean we might not finish till 4:30 tomorrow, but I sometimes think evidence tends to take a bit of a flow, which isn't assisted by breaking the evidence in two. I suspect that we might be better starting tomorrow morning and taking the evidence. I mean, as with all these things, in any public inquiry, there's an element where the first witness covers every topic, and in a way, there's a refinement comes down through that. And I certainly tonight will seek to try and focus in on issues to ensure that we can get through the day tomorrow. I mean, that's our clear ambition collectively. And part of that means that we can perhaps do a bit of assuming people have had a good thought over the evening as to what the critical issues are and where we're going to go. And that's really, given that it's mostly cross-examination tomorrow, that's dominantly on me. And I'm keen to make sure that we cover the matters adequately, but equally, I think the positions of the parties is quite well set out. And I don't really feel it necessary to trawl through. For example, it's visualizations that always take the time. When they've all been out in the open, I'm not going to go trawling through every visualization, asking questions on those, but I might ask a couple of general questions covering them all, that sort of thing. So I would be hopeful that we'll be able to complete tomorrow.
Thank you all for that. Yes, we're content to adjourn just now and then return tomorrow morning at 09:30. So let's do that. Yes, I'm just being reminded also, Mr. Innes, you'd mentioned, I believe yesterday and at a point today as well, that a table was going to be submitted to us with distances on. I'm not clear whether that's arrived with us yet. Can you confirm whether that's been passed on?
Kelly Anderson was due to go back and complete that today. I haven't been able to speak to her. We had a preliminary list, but I don't think it was comprehensive, and we wanted to make sure that we captured them all. So we hopefully will be able to get it shortly and across to you. But as I say, it's I don't know what Miss Anderson's arrangements were for today, but I know she headed off last night by train to get back home, and I don't know to what extent she had time today, but hopefully we'll report progress first thing in the morning, but we'll give it priority.
Thank you, that's helpful, yes, and we'll look forward to hearing about that tomorrow morning. Okay, well, thank you very much, everybody, for today, and good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 09:30. Thank you.